All right, what is up? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Friday evening. We are getting back at it. Best Bet Live coming to you tonight with a 10-25 no limit hold'em cash game. You got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by the one and only Carter manager, Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger in the house tonight. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Nice.
Happy I'm the one and only.
The one and only?
Be awkward if I'm not, I guess. One and only for now.
Right, yeah. I don't mind that at all. So, all right, so here we are getting things going here. Starting things off with a $50 bomb pot PLO.
I like Todd's hand.
Todd's hand pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Got the boat up top, flopped it.
Need your card, Miguel.
Yeah, just going to be him and Miguel. Miguel stuck around with 2 pair on bottom. Broadway drop top, of course.
Yeah. So at this moment,
It's a dreamy turn card for Todd, really.
Yeah.
Having that king of diamonds, blocking the nut flush on the bottom board. See him apply max pressure and scoop this thing.
yep, Todd does take it down. So bomb pot going his way. But yeah, the usual suspects you would expect to see in our higher stake cash games. With, of course, Todd there winning that bomb pot. George in there as well. You'll see Miguel, David, Carson, Johannes in here as well. Paul also in there, Paul C.
I feel like Paul's a 50-50 tournament live stream, 50% cash live stream.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the higher stake games as well. And then, of course, Danny there, who's been playing more of the bigger stake games and also very much a tournament player as well. So here we are getting things going here early. Carson putting in the raises, 75 with Jack 10, and then Johannes 3-bets it.
Dave, you working out?
275.
Good, bro.
And now Danny with pocket jacks facing the 3-bet from Johannes.
Yeah, out of position from the small blind. If he goes with a 3-bet, I would imagine it's going to be pretty large.
Yeah, 4-bet incoming. I saw the purple chip. Bumps it up to 700.
Smaller than I expected. Usually you'll see people size up out of position more. Probably might have gone closer to 1,000, but guess he's feeling pretty comfy with his pocket jacks.
Johannes, it's like think about putting in the call here.
Yeah, gonna be hard to fold for that price.
Yeah.
Suited connectors. You know, if you put Danny on a massive hand, you got the hand to crap him.
Jack 9-4. Wow. Well, Danny does flop top set. Just a pair of 9s for Johannes. And no backdoor help either. Well, I guess with backdoor to stay, it's for a straight, but
we'll see what continuation bet size Danny goes with.
800.
Yeah, right on half pot.
Come back in like
Johannes might put in the call here. You know, Danny could have ace king, ace queen, for example, and your pair of 9s is best.
yeah, maybe
If he thinks Danny's a little bit tighter than that, then might see him let it go. But there we go. See the call put in by Johannes.
Yeah, so pot developing here. Now we vote up for Danny.
It's a beautiful card for Danny to maybe trap his opponent. There it is.
Yeah, it does check it over.
And it opens that door for Johannes to rep a flush, or if he has a flush, fire out. Fortunately, Johannes with enough showdown value doesn't have to go bluffing at it. Danny was hoping.
Johannes did check it back, and king on the river, king of spades. Let's see what Danny.
Yeah, it's just a question of what size to bet here.
Yeah. Do we want to make a bluffy, or do we want to?
Okay, definitely not check. Definitely not check.
He didn't check. Yeah.
No, when Johannes doesn't take the bait on the turn, you got to look that river here. I mean, you could go for it all, go all in, or you could go small, trying to get looked up by a weaker hand.
Yeah, looks like he's looking at going half pot here, 1,500.
Yeah, king on the river is never going to get him paid, though, fortunately. If you're Johannes, you were calling flop against a hand like ace king, and then it just comes right in. So king brings in too many made hands for Danny. Yeah, top set on the first hand. That's a way to kick things off.
Yeah, not bad. For sure. Of course, we are right in the middle of event 1 of Mission Run Good, the Run Good Poker Series here at Best Bet Jacksonville. 169 entries today, which our typical Friday number for sure. But it's still a surprise. Yesterday, the first flight, we had 159 entries in Flight 1 yesterday. So
Nice.
really, really good start, all things considering. And speaking of good starts now, Johannes is going to get pocket kings here. And wow.
What?
Okay, sure. Let's just everybody gets a set.
Every hand, top set.
Yeah, and Carson's got the gutter to Broadway. But everybody just all right. So we're just flopping sets right out of the
But
gate.
again, Carson's not going to be folding to the C bet.
No.
Usually it's hard to get action on the top set. And both hands we're seeing continuation bets get called.
And another boat. Sure, back-to-back boats.
It might be tempting to slow down. There it is. Open the door, especially now that this hand's a little bit different than the last. You have Johannes in position. So by checking there, it opens the door for Carson to fire river when he misses a flush or straight draw, just like he does here.
Yeah.
Does Carson want to rep the queen?
It's a very small bet at 75.
I mean, fortunate for him, he did go small.
Yeah.
Obviously, Johannes is going to be putting in a raise. Just a matter of how big. Might go pretty large. Looking like he's trying to take advantage of a small blocker bet. Or he might kind of click it back pretty small himself.
375, yeah.
Pretty small raise, considering the size of the pot.
Carson does call it.
Yeah, maybe got the maximum there. Carson looks him up with ace high. Thinking, okay, maybe Johannes thinks my $75 bet is, absolutely nothing. So he's going to bluff back at me. Interesting start.
Yeah.
Not every hand's going to be that fun to watch, I can tell you.
Right, exactly. So yeah, kind of recapping everything as far as entries go. Flight number 4 actually just started about 20 minutes ago. About 159 entries in Flight 1, 96 entries in Flight 2, and 169 entries in Flight 3 today. So pretty solid stuff as far as entries go.
So good start to Mission Run Go, which landed in Jacksonville starting this week. Got event 1 kicking off here yesterday. Multitude of events through the week. See this full schedule online. bestbetjacks.com. We'll have live stream coverage of that final table this weekend. In the meantime, we're going to watch this hand here. See both Paul and Todd flop top pair. Action did check through to a 10 on the turn. So Paul 2 pair and flush draw. Now firing out. Everybody's just going to let it go. Thought we might see Todd put in the call there with top pair, especially after flop checks around, but 10 did bring in a lot of different made hands. Top pair weak picker. With 2 players to act behind, Todd didn't want to see somebody back raise behind. Joey Pigtails. Greetings, humans. Excited to see you in here on Monday, Tuesday. Bomb pot and ambassador event. Nice. I know we'll have some live stream coverage of a featured table in that ambassador bounty event. Watch your YouTube channel, Joey. Maybe I'll get to talk about you if you make it to that table here on our stream. The ambassador event was quite a lot of fun last year. I'm looking forward to it again this year as well. Right now we got Miguel and Johannes heads up. Miguel's king high, far in the lead, plus flopping the flush draw, easy to see bet. Johannes with a couple of backdoors. Let's see if he wants to get creative and stick around, or just let it go out of position. See, he's thinking about it. But does let it go. See Miguel, Johannes both play on the live stream pretty often. A lot of times Miguel plays pretty straight up. He's been branching out more and more. Last couple of times he's been on, starting to use a tighter image to bluff more often. See if that continues on tonight's game or not. Very TBD.
Okay, that's great.
We're going to see Carson open with a suited queen from the button. It's going to be tough to get through Todd and George, both known for being more aggressive and loose. Very dangerous post-flop players. Well, George. River's the nut straight.
You didn't do that, I was going to.
Easy fire out.
I'm glad I didn't.
Carson did look him up. Again, George, there in the 9 seat, quiet so far as we're only a few hands in, but in case you haven't watched before, known for some creative plays. Likes to mix things up, loves putting pressure on his opponents. Todd there in the light-colored hat hosts to us. Another very active, aggressive player. I'm seeing them kind of bunched up there on the right side of the table. Looks like tables generally agreed to make it a 3-blind game. Started as a 10-25, has instantly become a 10-25-50. No limit hold'em cash game here, which is definitely more preferred by us. Third blind brings in a little bit more action. So we see Miguel defending that straddle, third blind spot. Very loose with the king deuce after Todd opened it up from the button. Easy c-bet with a nut flush draw from Todd. Not much for Miguel to do. Can't stick around. You see Carson adding on some chips there. Looks like a couple of players have added on, making their stacks a little bit deeper given the third blind being added to this game. Essentially, it doubles the starting stack size you want. A lot of these players love having the rest of their table covered, so just see how deep things get. Dave opening up with the 8-4 suited from under the gun, pretty wide. Something we've seen Dave do too much of in the past. Carson elected to 3-bet suited connectors, and Danny woke up with a monster again in the blinds. Now here we do see him use that larger 3-bet size, well, 4-bet size, out of small blind, being out of position. It's technically their largest blind, but last time around he was out of the small blind, elected not to raise his big. This time he does. Gonna get rewarded flopping ace high. Carson with just bottom pair. Danny electing to c-bet about 1/4 pot. See if that interests Carson in appealing, or if just, given the fact it's an ace high board, so often getting crushed already, he's just gonna let it go. I mean, 1/4 pot, might be tempted to call the pair. Maybe a possible backup plan for Carson is 2 hearts on board. He can rep a flush draw if it comes in. Kind of like this here. Carson's the one with the suited connectors. So we see Danny check it over when that front door flush comes in. See if Carson wants to make a move at this thing. Just checking back for now. Go off to a deuce on the river. Essentially an SPR of 1. Does Danny want to throw out some sort of blocker or value bet? Does bet out 1,500. Obviously, Carson not going to stick around. Would have been interesting if Danny checked the river there, what Carson may have done. Could have seen him go for it. Especially if Danny has pocket queens, pocket jacks. Something that would just have to give up.
Show something? No. How are you changing your nitty image then?
Hold 4-bet, twice.
I know you have real hands.
23. probably better than Carson's hand.
It was certainly.
Yeah. It wasn't an elite hand.
Breaks 200 from 8. Hold 9. Hold 1. Hold 2.
First raise and take of the night. Saw Johannes open it up.
Yes.
Water. Warm.
6. Breaks 227. Hold 2 8.
I have a green tea, honey and lemon.
Wow, Danny again with a big hand. Pocket jacks out of the small blind. Same hand as one orbit ago in this position.
Thank you. Ooh, can I get 2 lemon lime Gatorades? 2 6 700.
Alexa 3 bet it up to 700. Sized up a little bit. Todd snap calling with the ace-5 suited. Looks like Danny went with a small continuation bet. Snap call by Todd. Todd praying Danny's got ace-king. Danny happy to slow down now.
827.
Todd even seemingly tried to go with a little bit of a smaller size there to get called down by ace-jack, ace-10, but obviously Danny can't stick around with the pocket jacks, just has to let it go. First pot not going Danny's way that we've seen so far.
Did you do that one for the fans?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, you might bluff me, but that's a shitty board.
High likelihood, usually.
Yeah.
Not that time. That time I have you. Ace-5 spade.
6.
All right, well, Danny, after taking one hand off, wakes up with aces this time around. It's Danny's show. We're all just, hanging out watching it. Similar to before, a little small c-bet. Carson on bottom pair has to put in the call. Second time we've seen this between these two. And wow, Carson spikes the turn. Continues slow playing it. Checked it over to Danny on the turn when he hit the 2 pair. Danny elected to check back. Maybe doesn't think he can get 3 streets of value. If he's assuming he's only getting 2 streets, this line looks a little bit bluffier. Carson having to think about raise size. Dangerous spot for Danny. After checking back turn, you're kind of taking a somewhat bluffy line here, betting river. So if you're repping something that was a little bit more bluff-oriented and your opponent check raises because he thinks you're bluffing, that seems to be the case as we see Danny put in the call. And all of his early winnings kind of go away and then some in that pot right there. Shift over to Carson.
She just walked back in and Carson doing Carson things, huh?
Yep.
Turn 2 pair to crack Danny's aces.
Not ideal.
No.
If you're Danny.
Right.
If you're Carson, it's great.
Yeah, you're feeling good. All right, on to the next hand here, though. We'll continue moving along here. Again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us for this 10-25 no limit hold'em game. Looks like they got the mandatory straddle on as well, so it's 10-25-50. And Paul going to go ahead and put in the raise with King Queen offsuit. 3 bets at the 600. Back over to Miguel with 9-7 suited. Suited 1 gapper, but not strong enough. Paul going to take this down pre-flop. No resistance there. All right, George starting things off under the gun with ace-king. We'll go ahead and put in the immediate raise, the 150. Oh, Miguel with aces. 3 bets at the 450 with the aces. Oh boy. George with ace-king.
Start with round 5.
For Miguel's chip count.
Looks like he's gonna put in raise. Yeah.
He's just trying to get stacks in right now.
Yeah.
Once you heard Miguel was playing less than 5K, I mean, less than 100 big blinds, you're just trying to get it on with ace-king.
All right, so we're gonna run it twice here. Miguel well ahead here.
The move itself, I think he overpaid.
I think that it's what the Jags really needed, though.
It's something that, like, from a merge
Aces hold on this first run out.
all these things are very good.
I think just the team also needed.
King for George, but it's not going to hold, and Miguel's going to get a double up.
Is actually
Better?
would be better, honestly, because I believe that he's probably going to turn out to be the best player in the draft.
It's early fireworks on stream tonight.
Yeah,
A
very
lot of big
early.
hands, and now we're seeing our first big double up.
And George kind of shook his head there after seeing Miguel had aces there.
Not much you can do. George also
yeah.
a pretty active wild player, so you're going to see lighter 3 bets come back at you. And I mean, under 100 big blinds, just let it rip. Let's get it in with ace-king.
Yeah.
You know, if you're playing super tight and they play back at you, you can proceed a little bit more cautiously when it's an under the gun open, but given George's play style, it's pretty mandatory get it all in spot pre.
Yeah. And also, standard for George, going to reach back into his bag of chips and load back up.
Well, when I screenshot, this is what I thought was a really good deal.
Adding on 5K.
George, known for always wanting to have the biggest chip stack at the table.
I was like, oh, they just swapped. They gave up a first. They just swapped.
They swapped, yeah, and they gave him a first round in 2026.
Well, this
NFL draft and the NBA is going to come on. There's a playoff game that starts, I think, at 7. So there's probably pregame on for it. Yeah, I can tell you in a second.
well, this.
I can look it up, bro. It's no big deal. Go ahead, Carter.
They said on this, it says they swapped a second round pick. So like they didn't get rid of their second round pick.
Right.
But they did, yeah.
ESPN. Yeah. Celtics Magic started at 7.
But when I heard,
Draft's already on. That's perfect. And you can put the draft on the ends and put the basketball game in the middle. Or perfect. Thanks. I just don't need. I don't really care unless they need. They may need the clock on one of them. I don't know. Yeah. Perfect. Thanks, man.
yeah, I mean, you're basically trading in. Like, you're going to trade in 3 guys for 1 dude. Is kind of what.
So keeping things moving along here. Again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us for this 10-25 game.
But look, like, if he turns out to be a generational talent, if he turns out, like, I think the idea of him playing both sides of the ball is stupid.
Oh, I agree. But but also I think it's like you can have him be a hybrid of like, do you need a wide receiver this year, or do you need a cornerback this year?
I mean, I think him playing as a defensive back is the best.
For the Jags this year, absolutely.
All right, Danny with the mystery hand put in the raise. Todd calls, so Queen 10 offsuit versus mystery hand.
Absolutely.
Jack 7 deuce rainbow.
So, like, don't roll. They can put in certain offensive plays for him, but like.
No, yeah, but like it's
9
like,
on the turn.
NFL season's just grueling
Now
out.
Todd is open-ended with that turn card.
Like you're only gonna last 5 years.
Danny continuing to apply pressure, but Todd just continuing to call. See if he can try to hit his open-ender here.
But right now, Jags in the
Does
corner.
not.
Now wide receiver.
So ace on the river. Danny's been the aggressor by betting out, and he's going to bet again. And Todd does let it go, so Danny will take this one down.
Well, yeah, they've been getting rid of what's the guy? Ingram.
He's got him and Brian Thomas in playing the 1 and the 2 as part of wide receivers. That's cool, right? But in my opinion, they need defensive backfield more than anything.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, having him in some sets on offense, I can understand. But him playing 130 plays like he did in college, I think is moronic. He's just
Yeah,
gonna get hurt, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
you're gonna get hurt, and just like you're gonna kill your career.
Obviously, some debate and discussion, obviously, with the Jags and the move they made to go and get Travis Hunter. And, what do you do with a guy like that?
Yeah, it can be fun to see how that pans out.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're coming to you live from Jacksonville, Florida. So
Right, yes, exactly.
We're right in the hotbed of the debate.
Very much so.
We gotta wait about 5-6 months to find out who's right and who's wrong.
I will say, though, watching that happen in real time and then seeing the reaction of the room when people were saying, like, oh, wait a minute, the Jags moved up?
To be inside of a poker room during that trade would be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Just the sheer confusion.
And there definitely was.
Didn't see it coming. Don't think anybody saw it coming. Didn't see a single mock draft where it was happening.
No, definitely did not.
And those guys are experts.
Yeah, for real. All right, so on to the next hand here. See George put in to raise the 200 on the button. Ace queen off here for Danny in the big blind.
Danny got a dirty stack in your black.
Dave with ace 4.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
600. Raise 6 from C3.
Dave with the 3-bet, George calling. Danny gonna go ahead and come along as well.
3 players.
All right, 3 players for the flop here. Oh wow, George 2 pair, 9s and 7s with his 8. So yeah, George with top pair. So I'm gonna check over to George. Let's see what George elects to do here.
350 from the 9.
That's 350. Does get fold, so George will get a little bit back there. Oh, wow, here we go. George gets pocket kings here, bumps it up to 200. Unfortunately, no action. George is going to go ahead and collect the dead money there. Keep things moving along here. Appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us. Like what you're watching, like what you're seeing, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, also hit that bell notification for whenever we go live. That way you never miss any of the action, especially with all the final tables that we got going for the tournaments, feature to finals as well with Run Good.
A lot of tournaments this week. Sunday to Sunday. It was almost every other day.
Yeah.
You got a table on stream.
Well, I mean, also, we streamed, of course, last night. We're actually going to have a week straight of live streams when you think about it.
Yeah.
With the exception of Monday, but Tuesday we'll have the Run Good Ambassador event. That's going to be taking place on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday will be the women's event.
Yeah, ladies event Wednesday.
So, and then of course, final table of our main event on Sunday the 4th.
Good with it being on all night, all the way around? Everybody good with that? Johannes, you okay with that?
Sounds didn't take too much convincing. Every players sound like they just agreed to a round of $100 straddles. So
Very first hand we didn't. Other than that,
let's bring it on.
Yeah. Keep it moving along. So one thing about this group, these group of players, they definitely want as much money in the middle with the pots. So
Yes, I thought that's what they agreed to. Didn't see the straddle on this hand.
probably a 50. It's I think the 50 is the straddle. They just have it inserted in the thing as a third blind just to keep it going, so they don't have to continuously put it in over and over.
I thought we were already pumping up
No,
the next. I thought we were going to the next one.
No. Yeah. It's just
Boo. Boo.
That's what it was. They just went ahead and put it in.
Put more action and more blood.
I mean,
country.
Yes, I understand. I get
More.
it. I get it. I understand.
I'm glad they don't do that.
You gotta be in tournament mode. Blinds just keep going up. Like, let's go.
Quite a bit of that for sure.
Meanwhile, 3-bet.
This is the same group. Like,
Nice little 3-bet pot.
Queen 7-6 flop here. 2 diamonds. Danny a backdoor to hearts, but Paul's ace jack is still the best. Those go check check.
but it was gonna be a worse lineup.
Pretty big brick on the turn there. 3 of clubs.
Well, ace on river.
Dealing with that, bud.
Might cause a bet and a call to go in here. You see Paul bet out. Denny does the shrug of, I know I'm probably not good, but I'm forced to call. And he was right about that part of it. As he does put in the call, get the bad news that he's out kicked.
Hands over.
All right, so 30 minutes down in the books. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats. So we've seen a fair share of movement early in this live stream. And you see the V-Pips, Danny actually.
Hey, it was the Danny show early.
Yeah, 47% V-Pip, so he's stayed pretty active early on. George, 35%. Miguel tied with Todd at 30%. Don't think I'd ever see that on the V-Pips.
So I bet we'll see Paul and Danny slowly flip spots as the night goes on.
Yes.
Hand distribution has been pretty wild the first half hour.
Right. Yeah, well, there's the updated. 50% for Danny. Definitely been getting a lot of hands. And then, yeah, Miguel and Paul up the most. Todd up 8-10. And now George is the most stuck, but, I mean, still, though, way early. 30 minutes in.
Yeah, Miguel, the beneficiary of waking up with pocket aces,
aces
against George's ace-king.
Yep.
Easy to win when you get it all in pre with aces.
Yeah.
I would highly advise it, actually.
Yeah, right.
You guys are looking for tidbits.
It's like in the charity tournaments, Jesse's his poker tips at the beginning. He says, hey, if you don't know what to do, go all in. Put the pressure on the other guy.
Run good.
Yeah. All right, top board, Queen Jack 4, 10-7-6 bottom. We're back into PLO bomb pie here. Miguel with the huge equity, 28%. Well, now he's kind of even out a little bit now.
I mean, now Miguel's got a dream spot on the top board.
He does.
Holding the nut straight plus a set. He's got not much going aside from a Broadway draw up top, so wouldn't be surprised if he puts in a check raise here and apply pressure.
Danny did bet 200 here. Paul called, Todd called.
Yeah, Danny having the same nut straight down low. Similarly, having a Broadway draw up top.
And, well, that is trips up top for Paul. No, boat. Queen's full fours
Yeah, Paul.
for on the top board.
Only put up the top board. Miguel filling up down low. And Todd's going to go betting at it. That's interesting to see how Miguel reacts. If he wants to apply all the pressure in the world, or
Todd also boated on the bottom. Nice hole.
we're going to see Miguel just call, hoping to get somebody to come in behind and call as well. What should work is... Can't imagine Paul's going to fold this boat, but stranger things have happened, so we'll wait and see.
Just flipping the call. So, yeah, Miguel and Paul are going to chop up Todd's money again.
Yeah, Todd, very surprised. I mean, when he fills up on the river on the bottom board, he's only losing to 10s and 7s. He saw him he turboed over that hand like, sweet, I'm getting half this bad boy.
Yeah.
Oof.
I had a flush draw on the other board, but I honestly get there.
Ugh. Tough.
Yeah, if Miguel found a huge raise there, it actually wouldn't have profited him as much, because if he squeezed Paul out of there and Todd calls, Todd would have chopped winning the top board. Was obviously going nowhere thinking he had the best hand on the bottom.
Yeah.
So the interesting, just calling what is essentially the nuts to invite a player to call behind. chop up those chips. Not often how we see it played in these things on the river. But bomb pot over with. On to our regular scheduled programming. 10:25, 50 no limit hold'em. We're coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. As we watch Carson open it, Todd, easy 3-bet. Carson's opening his buttons very wide, so he's going to think Todd's playing back at him pretty wide, which in his defense, Todd surely would. So we see not too much deliberation before he puts in the call. Todd c-bets a board that Carson can't stick around on. So a little bit of chips back there for Todd. They're losing about 1,000 in the last hand, gets half of it back right away. That's always nice.
Yeah, busy night in the room again. Of course, with event 1 of the Run Good going on right now. See, we got we got 8 PLO tables going in total right now. 6-1-2 PLO tables and 2 5-5 PLOs. Sheesh. Wow. 11-2-2 no limit hold'em games. 5-2-5 games. A couple 3-6 games as well as 2 stud games going in our room. Of course, as well, I forgot to mention that you know, our high hand promotion, $1,000 high hand every 30 minutes shared between all 3 rooms. So that's also been driving in some more people into the room too with that promotion.
So a little bit for everybody.
Yeah.
A lot of PLO, a lot of tournament, a lot of other cash.
A lot of different things going on.
Bring it on.
Yeah. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com. Has all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. No, the May schedule's already up as well. The Race to a Race coming back again. This time,
yeah.
30K Race to a Race. It keeps getting bigger and bigger.
You keep playing it, we'll keep having it.
Yeah.
Why not?
And we keep upping it too. Remember back in March, it was a 20K Race to a Race. This month, April, we had it as a 25K Race to a Race, and now 30K for the month of May. Also the weekend high hand promotions make their return as well. Going to flip flop them this time around though.
Gotta change things up.
500. It'll be 500 every 30 minutes on Fridays, shared between all 3 rooms, and then on Saturdays it'll be 1,000 every 30 minutes, all 3 rooms. So just flip flopping those around a little bit. Stars and Stripes tournament, that'll be here Memorial Day weekend, and then the Poker Atlas Tour making its return to Best Bet St. Augustine in June.
Can't wait.
Lots of different things coming up. Oh, it's over at OP this year? Oh, okay. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. OP.
I stole it.
Okay.
Stole it from you.
So the Stars and Stripes over at Best Bet Orange Park. Yeah, you're right. My mistake.
Gotcha.
Thank you for correcting me on that. 6 flights, 50K guarantee, multi-flight event happening Memorial Day weekend at Best Bet Orange Park.
Yeah, it was at Jack's last year. We're going to try it out.
You know what? I like that.
Take it away.
I like that better. I like
try
that
it
better.
/ steal it, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I don't mind borrowing it for, a year.
Yeah. I like it.
Rejoin the action here, and Danny facing the c-bet, holding an overpair of the board. It's an awkward chip stack size. Possibly could have found the shove. Just goes with the call. Todd's going to continue the bluff. Rips it after Danny checks. Obviously your 10 staying to overpair the board, but the 4 does bring in 4-liner if Todd somehow has a 5. He'll be drawn dead. But Todd, so capable of bluffing. What's Danny gonna do?
It's kind of interesting with it being a 4-liner out there on the board too.
Yeah, and he sort of semi-bluff, ace-5 type hands just got there, and you're drawing dead against them. Other hands like 8-9, diamond draws could have a lot of equity against you. It's just a brutal spot. It's one of those, I know I'm good a percentage of the time, and I know I'm drawing dead a percentage, and all right, let's do some math on what's in the middle. would imagine these two have a little bit of checkered history. Said Danny's been playing some of the bigger stakes games recently, and Todd's usually in them. Against a normal opponent, you might find the fold. Against an aggressive one, you see Danny find the call.
Once or twice.
Danny said, you either have me or you don't. It's
So ace on the first run out, and Danny gonna double up.
Yep, holds for the full double. Todd can't spike a queen or jack to chop it up. So good, tough call by Danny there. You can tell he was in the blender for a little bit, which is what Todd likes to do.
Was not an easy call for sure.
So massive pot. Danny's been on a roller coaster. Things started out all his way.
Yeah.
Then he ran into a pretty gross spot, losing all of his profits and a little bit more to Carson. Now just gets a double up against Todd. It's been a pretty wild session for him.
Todd reaching in and throwing some orange chips in the middle there.
Yeah, each of those worth 1K apiece. Time to put them on and get right back in the action. He's not going to shy away.
Normally they ask, because I've gotten it with and without.
Speaking of driving some action, we're seeing Carson open up with a suited king under the gun.
George putting the call with queen jack offsuit.
A hand he'll mix in some 3-bets with. Maybe given the fact it was an under the gun raise, he's going to pay it a little bit more respect than throw it from middle position. Carson not usually opening this wide from an early position spot, but
Wow, and he does get rewarded top pair. George with a middle pair.
well, Paul just decides to turn 2 pair.
Wow.
After action check through.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, Paul had flopped bottom pair and now turns 2.
Good aces when you have 2 bets.
Fires out a full pot size bet. Like the bet size. A very susceptible hand, out of position. Easy to get counterfeited, a lot of draws, just trying to charge the maximum.
Paul's gonna hold up.
8 of diamonds does bring in the backdoor flush. See Paul check it over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those hands where either makes Carson, if you assume Carson doesn't have a king because he checked the flop, he's got a lot of straight draws that missed. So he either had a diamond draw or he's got a straight draw. And if you check it over and he puts in a bet, you can pick off some bluffs. Queen 10 and Queen 9, things that miss the straight. Obviously, if you bet, you're probably only getting called by made hands like flushes. Again, that's all assuming you don't think Carson has a king. Not often the pre-flop raiser flops top pair and checks the flop, so one of those rare spots. Good George. Happy to open things up with suited Jack 7. Dave has been mostly quiet so far. We saw him pull one move early on. Hasn't had much in the way of hands since then. Did put in the call here. Both players whiff.
Still whiffing.
So first one to sneeze at it wins.
Yeah, and George does get the 7 on the river to take it down.
Yeah, George, happy to just check that 7 back. He probably would have bluffed at it if it was a brick river card and they checked to him. But river in a pair and check down pot. Happy to go to showdown.
Yeah, lots of things coming up in all 3 rooms, as we just talked about. Of course, Mission Run Good happening with us. Go until May 4th, which is the day we have the final table of our main event. Stars and Stripes Tournament, Memorial Day weekend at Best Bet Orange Park. Let me make sure I got that right.
You nailed it.
Multi-flight event, though. 6 flights, $200 buy-in, $50K guarantee. I know when we ran it at our room, it was a pretty big turnout, so I'm hoping for the same for OP.
I mean, every tournament series that we've had, I'd say that in all 3 rooms. I mean, tournaments just seem to be in very high demand right now. So
Yeah.
why not do them?
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree.
I'd play it if I could.
Yeah.
I got the itch.
If I wasn't going to be out of town that weekend, I probably would have tried to maybe fire myself. And then, of course, Poker Atlas Tour making its return to Best Bet St. Augustine, June 5th through the 15th. $300K in guarantees.
That's another good one.
Todd hits a jack on the river.
I see Dave bluff that it went
Does get
big and
through,
it
yeah.
worked.
Let's get it through. Todd does let it go.
And again, Dave, we said, hasn't had really any playable hands too much early on. He's been on the quieter side of things. He just uses that image to take this one down. Did have the ace of diamonds as a nut flush blocker. Different straights came in, so some thievery afoot. But that's how you got to use the, you don't always dictate what hands you're getting, and he's had Danny opening behind it before him over and over again with how he's been waking up with stuff. So yeah, that's how you use that image.
All right, so let's see what we got here. George put in the raise, gets 2 callers, make that 3 callers. It's a party. 4 ways at a flop.
I thought we might have seen Johannes go for a squeeze there with all that dead money, but so took the easy low variance route, putting in the call.
Queen 5 tray flop. 8 on the turn.
No one with a pair yet.
No.
4 ways, no pair. But
Johannes going to go ahead and bet. He's probably going to take it down.
Pair of something.
Yep.
Pair of cojones.
You're right, yeah.
Bluffing into multiple players, all of which are
It's a different
active.
a different pair.
Sometimes you got to use that pair.
I mean, yeah. Create your own action. Use your pair.
Sense weakness, take advantage. And Johannes, similar, we were just talking about Dave, been on the quieter side of things so far to start the stream, and you haven't gotten out of line, and you see the table image is tight, just go ahead and use it. If you're playing against a guy like that, there's no reason to play back on him. Yeah, you can have this one. So I got all the way around to the blinds, so we're going to see blind on blind action here. Looks like it'll just be Todd and Johannes in a 3-bet pot. Not the worst flop for Todd to possibly steal this one away. Todd with a gutter to Broadway. Johannes, 3rd pair on this board. Let's see if Todd wants to go for it here. He does apply some pressure.
It does.
So hard to look this up if you're Johannes. Todd did open from the small, so I think he's holding, absolute junk, raising into you and George. Calls a 3-bet. Ace and Jack on board. We see Todd steal away. There's 3 straight bluffs. 3 straight bluffs get through.
That guy would tell me to sell your Facebook chat, Facebook comment. Gets out of line all the time. Yeah, you know me. You know me too well. Hope you're doing well, man. I think we're due to see you again soon here in the room, right?
Raise 200. Hold it not.
So round 2 of the draft starting up now. We're keeping an eye on that. So let's see here. Johannes open-ended still. Top pair for Miguel, but a terrible kicker.
Definitely going to stick around. See what the river brings. Offsuit deuce. All the different semi-bluffs missed. Straight draws, flush draws, nothing came in. So could easily see king high call down if Johannes pulled the trigger there. Johannes doesn't, just checks it over. Might have been wise.
Yeah, Johannes going to try to throw out a bet here to try to get a little value somehow, some way.
So, you know, chance Johannes has queen X of clubs, you know, queen jack, queen 10. Something that was a pair and flush draw. You might get looked up, but doesn't look too likely. Johannes, though, doing the, well, is there a chance he has a draw? Johannes not holding any clubs or spades here. You know, unblocking some of the flush draws. Increases the chance his opponent had one.
Wow, look at Johannes now, the check raise.
He goes small with it. It looks very value heavy.
Yeah. Right? Miguel didn't even think that long. He's like, I'm calling this.
I mean, it's too many. It's just so many things missed.
Yeah.
Which is what Johannes was trying to take advantage of there. It's like, oops.
Cal didn't even flinch.
Pretty good.
Very good.
Keep it moving along here.
And we saw a lot of bluffs get through. That one,
Not so much.
didn't work out for Johannes. Maybe because we've seen so many get through. Everybody's, you know, BS radars going off a little bit more and more. And like, I'm pretty sure you pulled a move a few hands ago, so I think you're doing it again.
I definitely appreciate the move from Johannes. Just, yeah, Miguel's like, nah.
I mean, if Miguel had any sort of misdraw, it's a snap fold. It didn't cost Johannes an overly large amount in terms of what he risked versus that pot, you know.
All right, so here we go. Johannes and George. Heads up here. Queen 9-8 flop. Johannes hits a 9.
Oh, when you showed.
George with a gutter.
Are you talking about the
And a snap call.
And a snap call.
This close to telling you that no matter what.
Now Johannes with a diamond draw on top of having a pair of 9s.
George double gutter.
Let's go check, check.
Wow, nothing comes in.
Nothing.
A brick.
Just gonna go check, check.
diamonds are like either you have a big pair that's bigger or not.
Johannes' 9 is good.
Joseph asking the important things in the YouTube chat, you know, talking about all the draft obviously going on, but which would you take first, Mexican or wings?
500 seat 7, fold 8, 9.
I say go with wings. I say go with wings, Joseph. Oh gosh, we're gonna shut up about food and talk about aces versus jacks here. Potential fireworks. Paul puts in the call after Todd 3-bet. And oh my God, for Paul flops top set.
Yikes. Oh no.
Such a dry board. It's gonna be impossible for Todd to get away. Paul just slow playing, puts in the call. Action goes check, check on the turn.
Let's go check, check, and
It's a brick river.
this is bad.
This is bad.
This is bad.
I mean, no matter what Paul bets, Todd's calling.
You're right.
It's just going to be a snap call if Paul leads. Yeah. Goes pot, and it's a snap call.
And snap call, yeah.
And it's just, oof.
And you see Todd shaking his
It
head.
could have
like,
only been worse.
Yeah.
Could have only been worse.
Could have been a lot worse. Yeah.
I mean, when Todd checks back turn there, allowing Paul to go for a bluff on the river, and it comes out a pure brick. Whew. Brutality.
Yeah. That's again another flopped set that we've seen. I think we've seen like 4 of those. in this hour here on the live stream.
All right, Miguel and Danny facing off. It's a button versus blind. But not a flop Danny's gonna be able to stick around on. See Miguel put out the continuation bet. Pretty quick snap fold from Danny there.
You bag yet?
Yeah, again, flight 3 today, 169 entries, so 17 players will advance out of that flight.
That was the one that kicked off at noon, right?
Yep.
So I assume Carson talking to somebody who's in that flight, maybe on break.
Yep. Of course, everyone that does make it out of those flights that go into Sunday will be in the money.
Nice.
So,
Love that setup.
yep. All right, so here we are to the flop. So he heads up here with Johannes and Carson, Queen 8-7. And Johannes bets, Carson lets it go.
What do you think Sanders goes tonight?
I think he falls. There's a possibility. I think he goes to the Browns.
He's cost himself so much fucking money.
And they have a story to tell of like, we thought about taking you at 2, and we're going to get you at 35.
For a lot less money.
For way less.
Of course, we are on a 15-minute delay, so the draft has not happened yet
Well, I think
on the
Because I think
delay
that's
side of
actually
things.
fine with
Of
Pittsburgh.
course, we talk about Sanders maybe going to Browns, but as
It could be gone by the time you watch this.
yeah,
No spoilers.
right. Although I'm sure people are watching the draft in real time too, as we are.
I mean, I definitely ran into it last night. I wanted to watch the live stream. Had some friends on the table, but the draft was on. And it's playoff hockey and playoff basketball. And I'm just like, I need more TVs.
Yeah, running out of screens.
I need more screens.
Sanders camp was trying to sell it like the Giants loved him, and Dable came out and said it was the worst interview that he's ever done in his NFL career.
Yeah, we were just talking about that actually off
It's
air.
not a good. It's not a good.
Overly conceited.
Response to an interview.
It seemed like he didn't want to be there.
Too untitled.
I can see that. How did it come out that it was Dayball? I thought it was
It was originally.
It's funny what they were talking about. What they're talking about on the table was what Mike and I were actually talking about off air. So Jack 5-4 flop, all clubs. So a 5 Johannes and Carson with the Queen of Clubs.
Johannes C bets. Carson gonna put in the call. Open ender for Johannes now too. I might put out a bet here to charge a flush draw and then check back river instead. Gonna check it back. Hope to realize his equity as Carson does improve to the better hand. Maybe not the way he planned on it.
Oh,
That was big.
we have some real-time movement in the draft.
What am I missing?
Seattle just traded with Tennessee.
Real time movement with these chips. Carson taking this pot down.
All right, so an hour down here on the live stream.
I'm really surprised.
Let's take a look at the VPIPs. Yeah, Todd and George, 35% for them. Danny, 33%. It's the way things look VPIP-wise as far as how things have gone in this first hour here on the live stream.
Yeah, it's like
And once the hand closes out, we'll show the earnings. Yeah, Miguel, Paul, and Danny all up. It's funny, Danny got stuck a little bit, but he worked his way back up after that hand. Todd and George right now are the ones that are the most stuck at the table.
George doubling up Miguel, Todd. A couple of coolers that we've seen, including the aces getting cracked in the last orbit. Took another pretty brutal beat in the bomb pot 30 minutes ago.
Check.
Let's see if he can find a way to recover. God knows it won't be from not trying to recover.
Right. He will stay active, and he will definitely be trying to do as much as he can.
So they are on the dealer change. They've been doing a $50 PLO bomb pot. Double board variety. Don't want the graphics for you. There's 2 flops out there right now.
Yeah, just looks like a
Loading error or something.
Yeah. Wow, meanwhile, Danny just went ahead and shoved in a stack.
So he's got the 2 pair on the Queen 5 deuce board. Other board does appear to be ace high.
Yeah, ace tray.
Something.
Ace
ace
tray
tray
deuce. Yeah.
So probably 2 pair on that board as well. A lot of equity on both boards. Just go ahead and apply the pressure.
It's interesting that top board isn't reading for whatever reason.
Paul giving it a lot of thought. He's finding the call. So it looks like it's just going to be Danny and Paul. Everybody else gets out of there.
I think my guess is probably on the action tracker, it would state as a single board instead of a double board, so maybe that's why. Thinking that's what ended up happening. So let's see, 6 of clubs on the turn up top, 7 of spades on the bottom.
Both players hit that straight on that top board.
Oh, there they are.
That's why it's getting all in here. And Danny has the nut flush draw to go with it up top. Wow. Yeah, monster hand for both.
King up top and a 6 on the bottom. We're gonna chop
Brings
this
in
up.
backdoor spades for Danny on bottom.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to improve to winning 3/4 of this
Yeah,
thing.
so yeah, Paul got quartered.
Yeah, both players flopped 2 pair and the nuts on the other board. That's crazy. So Danny hit the back door. Spades down low. He was obviously going for front door spades up top.
Wow. Yeah, I just noticed that flush came in for Danny to take that bottom, and then, yeah, they're chopping up the top.
So it's going to be a big pot. A little bit of accounting needing to be done. Chop it up correctly, but man, Danny's going to be scooping in a nice chunk of change here. Colbert and Facebook says gross. Yeah, pretty gross indeed. And you got the nuts on one board and 2 pair on the other. You love the spot you're in. Whew. So all of Paul's earnings, I believe, are evaporated just like that. And Danny boards like Danny's got to be the big winner on the night now for sure.
Danny up quite a bit. Man, same story last night on the mixed game last night. Bomb pots were just absolutely brutal. Here we are, bomb pots being just as brutal tonight.
They can be so mean. They're just so mean sometimes.
This is so mean. It's a toxic relationship with bomb pots.
Back underway the no limit hold'em streets. George had ace king again and got 0 action, not even an open. Was in the straddle spot and just takes a walk. That's like living a nightmare.
Hyper strategy.
Three-way action. So it comes down jack high with 2 clubs on board. So George with top pair, Paul with a flush draw. It's like bottom pair for Dave, but can't imagine that's going to become relevant too much as we see Paul fire out a bet.
I don't ever really watch the draft.
Wow, Miguel.
I watched the full draft last night.
Had the nut flush draw and it comes in, so we got nut flush for Miguel, second nut flush for Paul.
Ooh, flush on flush violence.
Yeah, nut flush for a second nut flush for non-paired board. Is there any way Paul doesn't lose all the chips?
I don't think so.
Let's find out. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, he's going to go a little over half pot with his bet of 700 here. Miguel, I mean,
easy call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Does put in a call, and Dave's going to go ahead and get out of there with just a pair of 4s.
Yeah, if this board doesn't pair, it's going to be hard for Paul not to stack off.
Well, now, yeah, that saves him.
Possibly. He's only got a little less than 1.5 pot size bets behind. And he just rips it all in. He goes for it all.
I didn't see he was that short.
He's going. He went with the 1.5 pot size shove.
Yeah.
And Miguel does put in the call pretty quickly.
Wow, now Miguel.
So Paul went from up when we updated stats 2 hands ago. Paul was up, and now he's stacked. That is a quick turn. Oof.
Pretty gross.
Wow. So Miguel stacking more chips in a big pot. He's the beneficiary of an early double up with aces against George's ace-king. And now stacking Paul here.
Every NFL team I couldn't tell you who.
Just crazy.
Like I can tell you what the Jags need and I can tell you what the Bucks need just by watching the games and going, man, we
Jags needs everything.
No, I don't think so.
We need a lot.
Yeah.
It's a minority. What is it, 150?
150.
I think Wes Taylor was also not doing it.
Dave's turn with ace-king. So he opened things up from under the gun. We're going to see Johannes mix in a 3-bet from the button. Yeah. Not so new. Solver approved aces, ace-5 suited. Doing so after Todd put in the flat call. Dave's not here to play around. Puts in the huge 4-bet, trying to get it all in right now. Committing half of his chip stack, which is more than Johannes' stack.
Right.
And Johannes says, sorry. Didn't mean to. Every time Johannes makes a move tonight, it's just not going well.
No.
Aside from that very first one, that one time. Ever since then, nothing going right. He must be wearing the wrong jersey. I don't know. It's always a basketball jersey.
It is.
Every time I see him on stream.
I don't think he... Have I seen him in a football jersey? Now that you bring that up, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen him in like a...
If you have, I mean, at least he's... If he does do it, then at least he's consistent with what season it is, you know?
I'm trying to think if he wore like a... I think he may have wore a Tim Tebow Gators jersey one time.
Ew.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe a Mahomes. Seven on the river. Brian, what is bat volume? I don't know what that is.
Bat volume.
If they don't get Shador Sanders with their next second round pick, then it's going to be His first definitely gonna get him out.
Oh, I wanted to know what it was.
I was to say, I was curious.
I was genuinely curious. Like, is it a stat?
Falls to the fucking third round.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably correcting it and refixing it.
Like a baseball stat, you know?
It's all good. But no, if there is something, honestly, if there's something off with the audio, definitely let us know.
We're far from wizards over here.
Chat volume.
On YouTube today, they have
Ah,
As in the table? Table audio? Is that what he's saying?
he had on huge boys.
You gotta be more specific, buddy.
Everybody there, like ready to celebrate the first round. Literally doesn't get his name called. Everyone's coming up to him.
Jack 8 deuce flop.
The little kids and stuff, like, are you mad?
He's queen for Johannes.
This draft was very heavy in the line, right?
Yeah, and but he's been good since then.
Which is wild because like I'm kind of glad the Bucks picked wide receiver. Because if they're heavy with the offensive line, then it's fine. We need that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. So let's keep it moving along here. Let's see a flop 3 ways. Queen 9-8, so an 8 for Todd, a 9 for Paul. Carson with just air right now. Now Paul's 9 still in the lead here, 4 on the turn. It's going to go check here. Paul going to take down this hand. And we'll keep things moving along here on this 10-25 game. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 10-25 No Limit Hold'em cash game.
But they got another second. They have another second one.
Yeah, coming up, right?
Yeah, it's the Jack pick. It's 200, so it's like a fifth pick in the second round.
Why do they have the Jacks?
Because of the trade yesterday.
Because we pick it, yeah.
You guys gave away the farm.
That's so weird. I saw that it didn't have the second round. Carson.
Yeah, no, that's like
Carson, wrong game.
yeah, when like ESPN posted it last night, I showed Todd the screenshot. I was like, oh, we just swapped second round picks or something like that. And I'm like, oh, it made me feel a lot better about the trade. But then I had to look up later, like, oh, we gave up 3 picks and 3 premium picks. 3, 4, 4, 6. Yeah, we picked 7. 6. Second. 3 players.
queen high flop for Danny. Fashion checks through. No worries with it now as he turns 3 of a kind.
Yeah, ever since that hand where Danny got his aces cracked, he's all of a sudden been catching hands. He's been doing pretty good. All right, we did tweak the audio a little bit, so let me know if that's any better or not.
See Danny go for value here on the river. Betting half pot, hoping to get looked up. Johannes getting no action with his kings again. Just hasn't been his night. The bluffs haven't really worked out, and now no action with a monster.
Yeah, it's definitely the worst feeling when you get a hand like that and you just get no action, unfortunately.
Sometimes that's just as bad as losing a hand. Nothing you can do. Just try to move on, not let it bother you. Continue to play your A game.
No, Jimmy Butler isn't back. I think the Warriors.
Haven't seen it too much of it, but Dave's got a real hand this go around. Gets to open things up with the ace-queen. Couple of customers and Todd and Miguel. They'll go 3 ways to the flop. Well, Miguel in the lead, but it's an under pair to this board. Action check through to a queen on the turn for Dave.
This is one game. I think
Gets to throw in the delayed c-bet. Can't imagine anybody's going to look him up, though. Sure enough, Tom Miguel quickly putting in the folds.
I don't know. Last game, because Pachinski was also, it's not a top player, but it was another starter.
Yeah, again, guys, if you're out and about, don't forget the Run Good Poker Series is back here in town. Here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Flight number 4 currently underway. Saw flight 3 earlier, 169 entries, so 17 players will advance out of that flight.
Or maybe they can mention the first round.
Do some quick numbers real quick to let you know how many entries that we've had so far in 3 flights. Yeah, 424 entries so far.
Not bad, not bad. Usually the last 3 are more pumped than the first 3, so.
Yeah, the Friday numbers are for like the afternoon one, or like our typical numbers we get.
Saturday's the banger.
Yeah. Steve says sounds fine. Might be a little
Might
too
be.
close. Might be. Yeah. I think we'll be all right. As far as what's in the prize pool right now, we're about 75% to the guarantee for the prize pool. We'll definitely smash that tomorrow if we don't smash it tonight.
And Paul might smash the all-in button here.
Yeah, I think that's what's coming.
Yeah, George 3-bet the 9s. Paul off a 3K stack. Imagine is a snap call. So we see George do it. Before I can finish that sentence, that's how much of a snap call it was.
So they're going to run it twice.
Classic race.
The ace comes, so Paul.
First one for Paul.
Yep. Paul does get a first one here.
And looks like he's catching the second one so
one
far.
as well. Wow, man, George is running rough right now.
Paul can barely hold back his excitement as he finds that full double up.
Never any emotion changes with Paul.
Not often.
No.
Last time he played cash, we saw him opening up, talking a little bit more than he usually does.
Right.
Now tonight, right back to the norm. Paul, very stoic.
Yes.
Very stoic. One of the nicest guys in the world if he does start talking.
Yeah, for sure.
Just at the table, he likes to stay focused. And whatever works, you know? He's found success. Can't blame him for doing so.
Both Ohio State running backs are gone.
I'm just glad we're talking about football.
Yep.
I miss you. Miss you, football. See you again soon.
Really, really soon. All right.
4 more months.
Heads up here with 10-6-5 flop. So heart draw for Paul. Dave with his king high. Paul is going to go ahead and bet. That's 250.
Not a spot for Dave to make any sort of move. It's not like we've seen Paul show down any bluffs. See, like Dave was thinking about it, maybe trying to use his tighter image, but maybe just not the right opponent.
Is this live for you guys? No. Okay.
All right, so it's a blind $100 raise here from Todd.
What, buddy?
I have a feeling
Let's see who wants to attack that.
If it's not, then it's fold. I'm gonna fold.
Sure, somebody will step out and raise it up pre. Didn't take long.
No, it did not take long. George with ace-4 suited puts in the 3-bet to 300 after Todd's blind raise.
Yeah, easy raise with a suited ace. After Carson called, Todd called with pretty much any two. Flops a pair.
He does. Pair trays.
It's the bottomest of pairs, but it's a pair.
I guess Todd technically is in the lead.
Yeah,
Although Carson's
now,
got the most equity.
once Carson puts in the call,
Yeah.
you kind of have to let it go.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted to call George's C-bet.
Let's go check.
Just
Wow.
devilish run out there.
Yeah. Carson's going to go ahead and bet.
Tell George thinking about looking this up with ace high. You know, 4 5s, 7 8s, and 8 9s all missed.
Yeah, he's going to let it go, though.
And he didn't want to.
Yeah.
George's got the face of a man who knows he didn't want to fold ace high.
Right.
It's like, you got it. I let you get away with one there, didn't
I
I?
didn't have much.
I'm just kicking myself because I voted the winner. I had a fucking
Yeah.
3.
Oh, I definitely called the winner.
Huh?
I definitely
Yep.
could be the
But I have to shove a 3 on the flop there. It's like, I know I'm getting called by one of you.
Whoa, George springing.
Wow.
Limp raise.
Yeah, 3 bets at 1100. Pretty large open, too.
And it goes big. Taking it all, trying to take all this dead money, and it's probably going to work.
It does.
The old liquid race was so strong. Here it's not.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh, no, I did.
In our flight, I think, yeah.
Earl says, hey, just want to congratulate the Jags fans. They now have the best receiver duo in the league. I don't know about that. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins have something to say about that. Just saying.
I mean, they have a duo in the league now. So
They do,
that's
yes.
a start.
It is a start.
Didn't really have that last year.
So we're heads up here with Todd and Johannes at the flop here. Looks like Todd bet and Johannes quickly folded.
I don't know if the Jags fans didn't even know how to like receive congratulations. They're so used to only empathy and sorrow and
Yep.
you know, we're sorry.
Consoling.
Yeah. It's gonna be awkward. It's gonna be awkward if they're good.
Last time they were good was, what, 2017? That was when they were in the AFC title game?
It was cute.
Jack wasn't down. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that didn't seem like he was.
No, he was not. It's alright, they probably would have got blown out by the Eagles in the Super Bowl anyway.
But enough about, you know,
Shoulda, woulda,
bad
coulda.
teams and bad players. Let's talk about these good players here.
Yes.
George puts in a 3-bet.
Yeah, I think it's like a contract. Yeah, one of those, like one more of those. What?
You know what, Rudy? That's very, very well done. That's very funny. Very funny. All right, George.
Just see Johannes fold pocket sevens?
Yes, he did.
What?
He knew George is going to 3-bet.
Curious if he did know that. George is deadly good if there's any sort of info you can gain on him. Magical.
You know, Danny here with ace king. 4-bet incoming. Wow. Yeesh.
5-bet.
Wow.
What?
Is George trying to get this all in? I mean, Danny
At
has
this
him
point, he's
well
committed
covered,
to.
yeah.
You're forced to call no matter what at this point, but
Yeah.
assuming that the stack dollar amount listed is correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious
Wow.
about.
So George loves going with his gut. If he thinks Danny is, not going to go for it here, you might be able to push him off with a hand like ace king. George is not afraid to go with his read. Danny, well versed in the antics that are George. So we'll see how he responds. Not often you see a 5-bet bluff pre-flop though.
Danny yet to make a decision. And
But he
it works.
folds.
Wow, George. And he shows the bluff. Shows the 5. You can only read what if you read lips.
Wow. Sick read by George.
Yeah.
And George, if he thinks he can get it through, he goes for it. His timing is rather impeccable.
It is. Got the bluff through with ace 5. Also love that he showed the 5 too.
Immediately showed
Immediately showed the
showed
5.
the 5.
Queen 4 deuce flop. Todd's a 6 in the lead here. Small bet of 75 here from Todd, but Danny gonna let it go.
See from some different facial expressions there, Danny was still reeling it in a little bit. It's one of those hard to let go situations, but obviously you can't change the past, so hopefully you can move forward in stride. As Todd gets his turn with ace king, does flop the nut flush draw, easy c-bet. Oh my god! See a pot get pushed Todd's way. Not something we've been able to say too often. After that, new dealer coming in.
Yeah, hour and a half down. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats as far as how things are right now at the moment. Yeah, Todd 39% VPIP, George 34. That's no surprise there as far as the top two when it comes to the VPIPs. Everyone else, you know, in the high to mid 20s, some of the low 20s, and one not quite at 20 yet as far as the VPIPs go. Once the hand does close out, which it does now, here's the earnings. Yeah, Miguel up the most, up 11.5 piles. Danny also up quite a bit as well after being stuck getting his ace cracked earlier, but was been able to work his way back up. Paul and Carson will say even. Todd and George right now are the most stuck. Johannes also stuck as well. All right, here we go. Double board bomb pot time. Ace 9, 10 top board, Jack 8 tray bottom.
Check it out.
So I'm going to check around the entire way. Give the action tracker a minute. They're having to re-put some information in.
Johannes has got the nuts on the bottom board, so see if he tries to pump things up at all.
Yep, straight on the bottom for Johannes. Also a pair of 9s up top.
Yeah.
Miguel with flush draw. Straight flush draw, actually, for him on the top board.
Johannes just putting in the call. Elected not to go for the super squeeze of any kind. Very susceptible hand to flush draws on Allen bottom. Your opponent could have you destroyed up top.
4 up top, 6 on the bottom.
Well, Johannes' Queen 9 stays best for the nuts down low. So we're just seeing check on check on check.
Sorry, I apologize.
All the way back around to Todd here. Last to act.
Just so everybody knows, I said it didn't pick me.
Todd said, I did not act yet, which he did not.
Yeah. George thought that he may have checked and announced, I don't win, basically. Which we can tell is accurate. So Johannes is going to take half this thing with the Queen 9 down low. Not sure if Todd's going to win the top board or not.
It does not
Ace
look
9
like it,
going to Danny?
yeah.
Okay.
So it's a chop between Johannes and Danny.
He has a 5 though.
Two pair on the other.
Ace 9 top out, yeah.
Ace 9.
Ace 9.
Ace 9 spin.
Yeah, Danny had top 2 on the top board.
Where's Bud? Thank you, Bud.
That was Ace 9.
I mean, 10.
I can't imagine.
He's right, right? Bud's back. Bud to win the whole thing. That's one of those things that get twisted. That's how hands does. Hands in his seat there, just 600 feet. It doesn't matter what hand is. Carson. Oh. Come on, Miguel. There he is. 500. How much? 500. Queen's minimum for Miguel, obviously. Try to soften your check.
Miguel getting a little spicy here. Mixing a 3-bet with a 6-5 off. It was over Todd's open. Todd's been more active. Miguel's been pretty snug, so it gets the job done. Sneaky.
That is crazy.
Taking advantage of those spots for smaller size pots. Add up over time, and it's going to help your bottom line. It's nice to see some of these players like Miguel sneaking them in.
He doesn't have anything of the attribute-wise that is like really good.
Danny, ace queen from the button, elects not to put in the 3-bet, just puts in the call. There was a chance he was going to pump it up over George's open, but well, just the flat. Maybe it goes back to a crazy play we saw from George not too long ago against Danny. Maybe causing a little bit of trepidation. Now flop that. It did come down ace high. Danny's going to fire out. He folds back around to George. Not pulling the move this time, just letting it go. Not going for a zero equity bluff by any means. Another easy open from George. Tune of 200 this time. Danny got a flat call with suited connectors. Carson looking for a premium pocket pair out of the blinds. Sizes up to 1100 on that 3-bet. George will be the only customer putting in the call. George having the benefit of playing this in position. Does flop the nut flush draw and it comes down ace, ace, 4, 2 diamonds. After the continuation bet, George putting in the call. Goes to a queen on the turn. So adds a Broadway draw for George. Carson slows down, checks it over. George going to start applying pressure now. We see Carson just let it go.
I mean, I have the best hand of bluff. The kings are not.
Yeah, 2 overs and a flush.
Yeah, and the straight draw. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't just out there airballing.
Wasn't free balling.
Like I said.
Well, we did have a straight draw.
No. And a flush draw.
Well, no straight draw.
No straight draw. Flush draw, pair draw.
Why didn't I have a straight draw?
I had 10.
2 aces?
Oh, you had 10.
Oh, yeah, 10.
Oh, I didn't have a straight draw. That could have been like a little mystery for me. I was like,
How do I know? What, one?
George. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm so bad at that. I appreciate you saying something.
Wow, an all club flop. 7-6-5. Todd opening a straight flush draw. Johannes, the gutter ball the straight flush. He hits it. It'll be a disaster. Todd will have a better one. We don't get to see that car wreck. Instead, it's a clean run out. Todd's going to take it down. 4 of clubs would have been rather spicy. Straight flush v straight flush would have been pretty interesting to watch play out. Not for any Johannes fans. Wouldn't have been exciting. Would have been disastrous, but for all of us neutral parties,
Oh, Brian. Okay, that's the other person. I was like,
would have been nice.
I ended up not losing as bad as it was.
yeah, I didn't lose that much either, but like,
I lost like 4,500 gross.
yeah, I lost like 3K.
Yeah, I lost 4.
I thought
So anybody gets
I lost a lot of my fucking time.
I lost my job. I was so pissed when I left.
Yeah, like I said, I was
I didn't have any fun.
So did anybody get smoked?
I was on the way to get that book, and I came back.
Players on the table talking about the cash game they played in on the live stream last week. 25-50 game that became a really Wizard v Wizard kind of lineup. A really tough game.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. Those were really fun nights. My card distribution wasn't bad. I got set up.
Fun hearing them talk about that session after the fact. They're talking about most players lost a little bit in that game. A few medium winners, but no huge win, no huge loss. Everything just kind of kept spreading out throughout the night. being the tougher lineup that it was, you heard Todd say, just didn't feel like he had very much fun. It was a very, very tough game. Not as much table talk with everybody focusing so hard. It just makes it less fun to be part of. Might see a fun one brew up here. As Paul puts in the 3-bet. He's got ace-king. Dave's got jacks. Miguel with an interesting decision spot. He looks down at pocket 9s. He's just going to get out of the way. Fortunate timing for him to do so, as he was getting crushed here. Let's see what Dave wants to do. Just call or raise. Instead, we see him let it go. Again, Paul. Been playing pretty straight up, pretty snug so far. Dave doesn't think he's 3-betting light.
No king to know. He's still on guaranteed money, like a ton of it. Yeah.
Just finds the fold with the pocket jacks. Didn't see that coming. Thought we were at least going to see a flop, given how deep the players were. Even if you think you're behind, set mining is on the table, but instead Dave went with his gut.
You got offered to get paid out in Bitcoin or something when you won a tournament. Wait, offer got paid what? In Bitcoin when you won a tournament? No, I think they're confused in two different stories. I played me and Jeff played a charity tournament in Orange Park, and one of the things was 1 Bitcoin. Yeah. And neither one of us wanted it. Then, like, I had a bunch of money on a sports book, and you could only get $3K off a week, but they offered to pay me it all in Bitcoin, and that would have been a shitload. But that's if I held on to it. Like, I wouldn't have held on to it. At the time, I didn't even know what the fuck Bitcoin was.
Raise 500, 41.
After a couple of tails of Bitcoin, George wakes up with the kings on the button. He's going to have a disastrous flop, but crazy bailout on the turn. River's clean. Todd doesn't hit the flush. Like a theme of Todd's night so far. My God. Dream flop
I looked it up,
and
like,
nightmarish turn.
Bitcoin was only like 60-some thousand, but it had been like 1.8 million.
Yeah, if you held everything.
Yeah, if I had like got it and held it.
Yeah, you still would have done well, but you would have held it.
No, I wouldn't. Like I said, it was.
Yeah.
I bought a significant amount of Bitcoin for the first time in my life. I bought one coin when it was 94,000. It had mainly tanked. And I hear it's back up today. But like, yeah, no, I don't. It's a long-term investment. Like, it's not a. But it was just crazy. As soon as I bought it, I was never up.
You could get it out for even right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, it was never.
You might have bought the top.
Yeah.
Todd going to take that one down, pocket 4s. Right after losing the monstrous pot to George with his ace-10. George turned the set of kings. A pretty disastrous night for Todd, losing all the big ones. Some gross spots.
Gave it to the charity.
Oh, wow.
Charity made files.
We dated.
Yeah. They probably got lost.
Oh, the Saints picked up Tyler. Wow.
Yeah, and our like not fancy defense. We gave all the like we chopped the game. It was a charity for like little kids who've been touched by.
Oh,
Quick update as far as the flights going for the tournaments right now.
It was like
Well,
it's just a big
Paul has aces again.
I didn't want to make
Yeah.
especially
Paul says you can take your update and yeah, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I got stuff to do with aces.
And he's taking down
the
the dead money in the middle. But the day flight is officially over now. 17 players did advance out of that flight, so that flight has concluded. Meanwhile, flight number 4, 101 entries at this moment for flight number 4. So on track, pretty good. number there.
And then they have a whole camera team there and microphones.
There used to be a girl that worked here. She had me way before your time. She was so young, but her name was Aaliyah. And she openly talked about she was molested by her dad for years, and she ran the charity tournament.
Those are the worst people.
I believe there's still 2 hours and change left in registration for flight number 4 tonight. So definitely anticipate some of those players that did not advance out of the earlier flight are going to be firing into the night flight.
I'm thinking about putting on a fake mustache and heading out there to fire at it as well. Stay tuned.
There's some stuff that you just I believe that you should be able to forgive everybody, but there's because I think it just if you don't forgive somebody, that just ruins you as a person. But there's some things you just don't have to keep facing. There's just.
Okay, what the heck did I just walk into? Zen with Carson?
We're not going to go backwards to see show how we got here.
Okay. Fair enough.
Literally praying on that.
Pretty content with how he landed that plane.
Yeah.
In all honesty.
Fair enough.
Wait and see how it went.
Yeah, your own.
As a parent, I'm not just saying, literally, do anything for my kids. Is give them
How do you
it's not even a question.
Yeah. How do you?
All right, rarely seen limped pot here. That's George. Hits 3 of a kind. Todd fortunately didn't try bluffing at it as George had a monster. Just going to take this one down after trying to throw out a little bet there on the turn. Todd still reeling a little bit. The big hand he lost to George not too long ago.
Change the subject.
It's kind of been like one of those an hour for Todd.
How do we feel about the Jags and Travis Hunter? They gave up a haul, right?
Oh yeah.
I didn't think it was too much. I like Travis Hunter. I'm not.
0.6 they gave up.
I can't stand Sanders. But I like Travis Hunter.
I love Travis. He's great. I mean, he'll be generational for sure, but that's a lot.
He's going to have to be.
Yeah, after that, yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's not what they give up for Ricky Williams.
175.
Well, there we go. At least the bar is set that the Jags didn't make the worst trade of all time.
They give up 2 first round.
Not bad.
Why the fuck would you want to be a coach that goes to a team that just gave up their 2 first round picks?
Well, could you actually say no? If you're on a contract.
I don't know what his contract. He wanted to though.
Yeah, I mean.
But I don't know what his contract says.
And it's so poetic that they ended up facing in the Super Bowl. It is so great.
Another little pot getting pushed Miguel's way.
Imagine just. If I was.
Been smooth sailing for Miguel tonight.
I was 4 or 5 at the time.
Dream session.
We really just give up 2 first rounds for a coach. Go get a college coach that's good offensive mind or something like that. It's got. I understand you want to get away from Dungy, but that is a huge haul for a coach. He still ended up getting fired 4 or 5 years after that, right?
Yeah.
He got fired from Tampa.
I'm surprised the Chargers took running back there too. At least 150.
How do you feel about that?
Okay with it. Call 6 race 600 seat 7. I'm okay with it. I was just surprised
All right,
because
seeing Paul get back in the action. Put in the 3-bet with the king queen suited.
He's
Yeah, that's one deal. Yeah.
See Paul was the original opener.
Yeah.
Queen 10.
But J.K. Dobbins is more of a scat back, right? He's more of a.
Puts in the call, which invites Carson to come along.
Yeah.
Well, Dobbins, yeah. But and then Omar Hampton can fill that Dobbins roll for the ball?
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do.
I mean,
If we went 3 ways, 3-bet pot.
Main receiver or main guy?
yeah, main guy like
1,670
Checks all over to Todd, throws out the large C-bet. Did flop second pair, nut flush draw. Good board for his range, good board for his actual hand. Easy takedown for him. So Todd picking up a little bit of chips there. Always good to win some back, in a 3-bet pot especially. Nowhere near undoing the damage that's been done, but hardest part is getting that ball rolling in the right direction. See him get back to work here, opening things up again.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to sign with the Steelers?
What?
I got a bet against that.
Miguel's turn with the king-queen suited. He's going to put in a 3-bet of his own as well.
I'll tell you why I bet against it. And this is when like they were in like he had that big meeting with it.
3-bet was good enough to take it
I
down.
bet against it because they've never stuck like that prima donna attitude's never flown at the Steelers. And like he has that attitude right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Like it's
I
never
don't think it.
they got rid of Fletcher Burns, they got rid of Le'Veon Bell, like that shit don't work with them.
I'm telling you right now, he's going to sign this year.
That's so strange. I mean I'm only gonna lose $200.
The Steelers are going to be completely fucked if he doesn't.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph back again. 6-7.
Yeah.
Can't pump parade Mason Rudolph back.
And I don't think the Steelers even want to have Shedeur Sanders. Like they don't want to develop anybody right now, in my opinion.
I think they can develop behind Aaron. Right?
Yeah.
Giving him the TV room, or what it's like to be a pro for a year or two.
2 suited 10s here for Johannes and George. George flops the flush draw. Should allow him to take this down, but Johannes has got other ideas.
But it wasn't him.
Putting in the float.
TJ Sanders.
It would be funny if Shedeur or Shedur's brother actually
King on the turn. George keeps the pressure on it. Now, Johannes has to give up his nefarious thoughts. Would have been fun to see him try and pull something off there, but
Elders all got together and was
not
like,
the best
fuck
card to do so.
Same thing they did with Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Even humbled him.
Play for the XFL? That's what they're
And that's what's wild about that. NFL's just like, or the owners just like, no, we're not doing that. And, the power.
Right, they millions, but
Yeah.
like, they're a hard bunch to.
Yeah. And they can just be kind of a collective and just like, nope, we're not doing it. Mafia.
Just another raise and take for Johannes. Again, Johannes gets a big hand, gets no action.
I'm talking about Frank and like how much like I like him as a person. Sounds like he's rich. Like, of course he's not. I'm like,
Been the theme of Johannes' night.
yeah, like I said, like,
Fortunately, though, he's avoided all major trouble, I'd say, so just takes one pot to turn things around. Hasn't been death by 1,000 paper cuts yet, just kind of, annoyance by 1,000 paper cuts so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially with the way this game's playing, too. I mean, definitely one hand can definitely change things up.
If there's somebody that's not nice, that's like, yeah, okay.
9-6-4 flop.
Both players with the same hand, open-ended.
Yeah.
Both players hit
Both
the straight.
players, yeah.
oh, I saw it going on over.
Miguel fires out the bet. Todd's going to call.
That's like super wealthy, it's just like,
And now board pairs.
I can think of
Not ballooned up enough that I think anybody's getting away from it here.
No. Oh, wow. There's Todd.
Only 1K.
Yeah.
Miguel's never folding for that price.
No.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
I would have bet
Chop
$1
it up.
million you would never have that in.
I think Todd's actually kind of disgusted that Miguel was playing that.
I mean, how can you put a guy on 7-5?
Well, keep things moving along. Also, Shane, what's up? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well.
hit right now too. That's not Shedeur is Is it the defensive tackle or the cornerback from Michigan? The Will Johnson?
Oh,
I
he's
mean,
still not taking it. Yeah, he's injured from that, right?
No, it's not just like his whole thing. He's been fucked up. Like his whole drop could not have been worse. Like he's still injured. Like, but it's been for literally like a year now.
Danny.
So like, that's got to
5-tray suited. Tell he's been a little bored.
Sure, he was a first round.
Happy to open it up to suited one gapper here.
Last year he was a guaranteed first rounder. Like,
Danny was heavily involved the first hour. Hand after hand.
He was.
Not so much the last hour.
That, when it goes on that long,
But
like,
making up for it here.
Wow. Sheesh.
and I assume he was
Flopped flush.
done and just like hanging around the team, but
Todd with a gutter ball and
the whole time. Wow.
also a plan. Putting in the check raise. Hard to put Danny on a flopped flush.
Especially playing 5-tray. And the 4th heart comes now.
That might slow Todd down. Danny was the pre-flop raiser. Could easily have the ace of hearts. Yeah, Todd just completely waving the white flag.
Yeah.
That turn jack of hearts might have saved Todd some bluff money.
Agreed. Agreed.
Now, what do you want to see when you're Danny, though, obviously? Kills your action. Might kill your hand.
Because it could have been very possible that Todd may have had like a bigger heart at that point too.
Also, you can't value bet. What's going to call you that's worse? Holding. Nothing but a bluff catcher.
What about Cousins? He's obviously done it.
They're saying the Browns.
Cousins is Brown. Yeah.
Saying Browns.
Brown Cousins for the Browns.
That's what they're saying.
Man, they're gonna have a lot of money locked up in quarterback.
No, it's not. They're not. The Falcons.
The Falcons are getting
It's not enough
smoked.
money.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes a
They're
lot
gonna
of
have to pay a
sense.
ton of the salary.
Yeah.
They're saying like 20 million of the salary of the Falcons.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense then.
Which blows to the Falcons because, like, man, you hope to have a rookie quarterback that doesn't, it's not tied up to money so you can put it somewhere else.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal.
I think that is a Bucs fan.
All right, Todd puts in the raise, a Queen 5 suited. George, mystery hand, puts in the call. Jack 9-8 flop, so a gutter for Todd. Whatever George had was not good, as Todd bet and George immediately folded.
Yeah, it must have been not even close.
Yeah.
I'm most surprised the Dolphins didn't take Sanders just, you know, I never know how long it's gonna last. That's true. Very true.
I mean, they still can.
Yeah, he's still on the board. He'd be a good fit for Miami. He's not going in. He's not going on this one.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But now they can say to give Brock Purdy something to worry
It's
about.
funny. Still good.
Did you see that?
Might be there on the next go-round.
Yep.
Raise 150.
That is very true. But coming from
King Kong for Paul.
I don't want. Like, he also does
They're
that.
both the dirtiest players in the league.
So it's like,
Hot calling Kettle Black.
Let's see if Carson can spike a set here. Crack Paul's Kings. He does.
You just spoke that into existence.
We just haven't seen a train wreck in a minute, you know? Just had that feel of like, well, we're due for one.
The timing of that could have been more perfect. As Carson does flop the set.
Paul did check it over.
be humble.
See, like, if you're Dion,
Now
you don't
check
even
raises.
Oh boy.
You're fucking some kid.
Paul just stepped in it. Check raise.
Carson just gonna flat call.
Yeah.
Carson in position here. Paul being the check raiser could lead a lot of turns. Let's see if he does so when it comes down to 5 of clubs.
Let's put a 4-liner out there.
It's actually a really bad card for Paul to see.
Yeah.
Carson in position can have a lot of suited connectors, which all just kind of came in.
Yeah.
4-5, 7-6.
Carson going very thin. 600 bet here.
Especially coming in first season.
Exactly. And you got to work so hard in the NFL, and he doesn't seem like he wants to put in the work. Like, there's been tons of talents that didn't want to put in the work.
All gonna let go of the Kings. Yeah, Carson.
Good full by Paul.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey guys, thank y'all very much. It's my time for now. You guys got the case coming back in.
Well, 2 hours in the books. We'll do another stat check here.
See how everybody's sitting the last 30 minutes. I imagine we're not going to see a good note about Paul. He's coming down the leaderboard. Todd, obviously, far and away the most active player in terms of EPIPs. Seen that kind of play out. Also, obviously, on the game so far. And, well, Paul's not stuck yet, so it could be worse. Miguel just far and away cruising. Danny not too far behind, crushing the rest of the table, but we'll see if Todd can find a way to start digging out as he's over 10K down right now. Nobody else too stuck, all things considered. Especially given the fact that $50 third blind is on. Nobody stuck over 100 bigs, aside from Todd. So we are another double board PLO bomb pot as we watch Johannes just flop quads up top. George flopped top set down low. Todd's gonna come along with his flop full house up top. Johannes, because there's 2 other players on board, just gonna smooth call. He knows he's got half of it on lock. Probably try to string along both opponents. Checks over to George. He fires full pot. His Kings do remain the nuts on the bottom board. He's just trying to apply max pressure, not letting any draws come in on either one. It's over to Johannes. Goes all in, and George snaps. He will inevitably be off to a chop as there was no way for Johannes to approve down low, and no way for George to improve up top.
Scared me. Like the king clubs is on the board. Clubs here. Say give me 5. Give me 5. You give me 1 10.
That's too funny for me.
No, that's yours. I gave you 5 because he gave me the 1 10 on the 5.
A couple of monster hands. Don't string any of the marginal hands along.
Gave me hope.
Positive flush, scooper duper. George, what? Those weird spots. I have 4s on that board. 4s, 4 aces. And like, I don't have anything on the top board. You get so much fucking trouble. Or do you guys? You guys sitting on fucking quads. George, get that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fortunate for Todd, he didn't turn quad 4s. Would have been brutal if he did. Only silver lining. Found the rather easy disciplined fold on the turns. Thanks to George potting it. Could have gotten worse for him. Definitely couldn't get any better. He was drawing dead on both. Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us, tuning in, watching alongside this 10, 25, 50 no limit hold'em cash game. Coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. So the noise in the background is picking up. Coming to you live on a Friday night. We got a tournament series, Mission Run Good, event 1 underway. Friday nights are already a little on the busy side. And the tournament series makes it a little extra fun in here.
You're at 180.
Should be this way for the next week and a half while Mission Run Good is in town.
Yeah, no, it's definitely
As Miguel turns club flush. Hand's going to stay best. We'll just see if Paul wants to bluff at it. Paul does look to bluff at it.
What's normal, like 100?
Miguel's going to pick it off and just collect another pot. And Miguel just
How much of that is 2.5?
in for 5K, up to over 18 in a stack. A dreamy session. Lost one small pot early and then found a full double up through George. And just never looked back since.
The second game, working out more for you.
And what's the max buy-in at that point? 110? Every day you start with
Yeah, but it's nice when you actually know.
I guess that would be a fun challenge.
All the way around. Second blind. Paul limping in with an ace. Could have easily seen him put in the raise. Actually, just continue to check through. Both players with showdown value in their high card. Paul's ace obviously best. No reason for either one of them to bluff at it. Danny's turn with ace-king again. Danny currently up the second most on the table so far. And it looks like Paul gonna mix in a 3-bet with the king-5 suited. Maybe thinking Danny's opening light. That's gonna be a quick fold from Paul after Danny shoves it, just trying to get it all in. Given the fact that Paul was sub 5K. Haven't seen Paul make too many moves today. See if he keeps trying to mix them in or not after having that one go awry. Only time will tell. Our least active player in the last VPIP update, Dave, got to mix in a 3-bet with the king-queen. Take it down pre-flop. Haven't seen too much out of Dave tonight. Haven't seen a lot of spots he could get involved, but nice to see him not go all into a shell by any means. 3-betting king-queen there. See if George wants to 3-bet. Instead, just puts in the call out of the blind with the ace-jack. If Carson gets a nice flop, it comes down queen, 5. 3 of a kind for Carson. Miguel wants a pre-flop razor. Puts in the c-bet. After Carson puts in the call, we see a deuce of diamonds on the turn. Miguel going to slow down. Carson with trips and the nut flush draw. Got all of it locked up. Goes small, about 1/3 pot. Trying to get some value out of a hand exactly like Miguel has. Pocket pair, higher than 5s. Does put in the call. Well, diamond does come in on the river, so both players make the flush. Carson obviously the better of the two. Far and away. Holding that ace of diamonds. But Miguel trying to bluff catch. Gonna get the bad news. Carson flips over that ace of diamonds. We haven't seen Miguel lose any pot of significance up until that one so far tonight. After that showdown, George happy he didn't 3-bet the ace-jack since it only would have ended in disaster. After Dave opened it up, we see Paul electing not to 3-bet with ace-jack. George also electing not to 3-bet with ace-queen. Possibly given the fact that Dave was the opener. He's been on the quiet side of things so far. After it checks over to Paul, he's going to fire out the bet here with top pair, top kicker. George, meanwhile, double gut shot straight draw. Looking for any 9 or king. David sitting here open-ended with his 9s, though. Might be tempted to come along as well. Bet just gets out of there. And there is the 9 on the turn for George. George doesn't check. Instead fires right out. They're double checking the suits of his hand. Paul's going to let it go, holding no flush draw to go with his pair of jacks. George is going to take down another pot. Carson opening it up with suited connectors. Looks like Danny, maybe the only one to come along with pocket trays. No set for Danny. Carson flops an open-ended straight draw. Actually goes check, check to an ace on the turn. Carson probably going to throw out a delayed C-bet now. Pre-flop razor, holding a lot of aces in his hand. Carson gets to use that ace on the turn as a bluff card. A solid backup plan, holding the open-ender. Should he get looked up, could river the straight. Todd goes with a 3x open. Been pretty standard 3 or 4x sizing tonight from this table. In terms of pre-flop opening sizes, Miguel calling with the suited. One guy from the button, 6-4. One by one, everybody calls behind. Decent hands of their own. So we're going to be 5 ways to this flop. After Todd pre-flop opened. Goes down ace-jack 8. A little bit of something for everybody here. Todd's going to continuation bet with his top pair. Miguel pretty quickly puts in the call with his flush draw. Dave's got the double gutter. Happy to put in the call. All 3 go off to a 4 of diamonds on the turn. So Miguel, that's a pair. Obviously was looking for a club, but Downey 6 or 4 would give him the best hand as well. We actually watched Dave lead right out on this card. Not a single player letting their hand go though. 3 ways to a 10 on the river. Todd's hand stays best. Does Dave go for it here? Not often you'll see somebody do this into 2 opponents, but Dave gonna do it anyway. Fires out 1K. Looks like a value bet.
That would be like no stop. Damage is done.
Pretty gross spot for Todd with the player behind. Although all the front door flush draws missed, all the back door flush draws missed. Todd really trying to figure this thing out. And lets it go.
Show your set of 8s.
Dave's going to show the bluff.
Thank you.
Just like we've been talking about Dave on the quieter side of things, that's the tables read. So we see Todd make a pretty disciplined laydown there. Thinking Dave would never be getting out of line in that spot. It looked like such a value bet. A little value bet bluff, and it works. Interesting there, as we saw Johannes fold ace-10 offsuit from under the gun +1. He's been having one of those nights where nothing's worked out. Every time he stepped out, kind of got played back into his face. Wonder if that means he's playing as disciplined as possible right now, or just not like ace-10 from early position. Usually not a player afraid of getting in the mix. See a 4-liner to a straight flush on board. George's mystery hand looks pretty nice.
This is not the guy you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Did you get drafted?
Pick, yeah. Who did? Michigan guy.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us for this 1025 cash game we have for you tonight.
They just traded?
Got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. Tomorrow we'll be back into some high stakes action. Tomorrow we'll be playing some 5-10 no limit hold'em tomorrow. That live stream will get started around 4 p.m.
That's not all for the weekend. Sunday, event 1 final table action.
Yeah, Sunday.
Oh my God, can Todd have a worse night tonight?
Oh my gosh. Sheesh.
Fortunately for him, the ace came on the turn, so removes all the temptation to get a little crazy here.
Jack on the river, but yeah, Johannes's 2-pair. Way good.
But Todd leads the river here when the river brought a 4-liner.
Yeah. Trying to bluff Johannes off this hand.
Might work.
Might work, yeah.
I mean, what are you beating here with 10-9?
Yeah, right.
Not even beating Jack-10 anymore. Any aces up has you crushed. Any queen obviously makes a straight. Just it's a blocker bet with a set. Not often you see somebody bet out here as a bluff.
When you went to the check back, I was like,
Yeah, we're gonna see the fold.
Alright, so Todd gets a bluff through. Like it.
The old pocket kings turn into a bluff there. How often are you gonna say that, you know?
Right.
That is fortunate river card. I mean, that's very unfortunate one for you.
Like,
Rarely you
yeah,
turn
yeah,
kings into a
you don't
bluff.
really turn kings into, like,
and
in
I
general.
was 100
Talking about it now, yeah. How often have you seen that happen? Almost never?
Yeah.
Rarely do you ever, like, do we ever turn kings into a bluff?
That was the 1%.
Yep.
Then you had to turn it into a bluff. Even though we win the hand.
Todd does hit an ace on this flop.
He's praying Carson would stab at it, but Carson doesn't fall for the bait. Todd just throw a tiny little value bet on the end too. A little 30% pot. Just please call, please call.
Please.
This one.
George finds a sneaky 3-bet here. Mixing in a queen 8 suited. Todd did open from the button, and Todd is open just about every button opportunity.
Pair of 4s for Todd, but George with the flush draw.
George's aggression going to get it done on the turn. So dangerous is George when he takes it to the streets. Just navigates so well post flop. Scary. It's just scary sometimes.
Jerry, the nicest guy in the room.
Yeah,
He did the most boss thing today. This guy apparently always asks you for money, right? So Jerry always tells him no. Today he's like, I'll make you a deal, man. He's like, let's not pretend you don't pay me back. I'll give you the $40, but you can never come up to me again and ask.
All right, king 5-4 flop here. 8 on the turn, so now a club draw for Danny.
Yeah.
He said, we're not going to feel like you'll pay me back.
And a 7 does complete the straight for Danny.
The guy was like, okay.
Thank you.
I gave somebody 10-to-1 odds. 10-to-1. Think about how nice Jerry is. That you'll never see him raise his voice or get into a conversation at the table.
Yeah, I mean,
They paid me the $100 already, so if he ever does it, I owe him $1,000. But it's free money.
what's the
What's the time frame
timetable?
on it?
Well, the rest of the time we play here.
How do you ever get paid?
Yeah.
He already paid me
Oh, he paid you.
Okay.
too. Yeah, he already paid me, but if, like I said, he gave me the $100 right away. But if
Never happened.
it never happened,
I like those, like, okay, that makes sense. You never get paid.
Check. Check. Check.
okay. Ace queen.
Check.
Yeah, ace queen good for George there.
You won't.
Jerry, you wouldn't, there's,
This jerk took his chair once just to be funny, which for a month straight, that guy stopped playing here. I took his chair every time, that guy's. But like Jerry was just like, oh, where'd my chair go? And so I was like, that guy took it. Yeah, okay, just got a new chair. Didn't say a word.
Holds up. Holding.
It's the freest money I ever made.
Raise 1, 2. Call 6. Check.
I was tempted to 3-bet. I was tempted to 3-bet. It was one of those.
Too good, but.
All right, queen 6 deuce flop here. Dave hits a queen. Todd with a 6. King on the turn. Let's check around, and finally Todd gets one on the river with the 6 pairing the board.
Need somebody to, like, to
That's
get
200 or 300, excuse me. And Todd puts in the raise to 7. Essentially, Min clicked it back to Dave.
At some point, everybody gets mad. I'm like, he may get mad, but he's not going to act.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference between like everybody does that. It doesn't mean like they react.
And Dave puts in the call, and Todd's going to get paid, hitting that 6 on the river.
Dave's gonna be having a bad day.
Sorry.
Does
His life's too good for him to have a bad day.
Yeah.
Todd to have a
And he's
scoop up a pot there.
I feel like he's too wise to know that he can have he can't really have a bad day.
Same amount of teams in the first and the second round.
Yeah, eventually, no, there's like compensation.
Yeah,
picks, so
if you lose
Oh,
somebody
you
in free
say, I see what
agency.
you're saying.
eventually,
But not the second
not the second round.
Yeah, I don't really know how that system works.
I don't know how it works, but I know people use it for their advantage. Like they'll cut players just to get one and stuff. You're like, get them back. By the way, I will never drink another water.
You just gotta ask for it without.
Yeah, I didn't like. I've never like gotten oranges with ice, so I didn't even think about it.
They normally
Todd
normally
getting
ask. They
not
should-
much action with the queens. Boo. Hard to get unstuck.
Because I think I ordered orange juice like a week or so ago, and they asked me if I wanted ice. And that time I said yes, but I drank it really fast.
That's the problem. I think she was waiting for the time I got water.
This was late at night.
It's funny.
Carson admitting to juicing in the game.
Yeah,
All right.
you understand now.
It's on tape. Yeah, many people speculated that Don was a juicer, but it turns out it's Carson.
It's a whole different emphasis on hashtag Carson Strong whenever we use that. Carson, yeah, heard it on the live stream. He's a juicer.
Man, it works. I used to have my favorite hangover cure used to be half orange juice, half Red Bull. Just boom, boom. I'll wake you up.
Yeah, that'll definitely get the job done.
I mean, it's got juice.
Yep,
How bad could it be?
exactly.
Because I'm holding for 25.
All right, here we go. 9-4 deuce flop. Danny, not even interested in it. By the way, update as far as how many entries we've had with the night flight so far. Was still about an hour and a half left in registration. 101 entries in the night flight here.
Said entries?
Entries.
Not Dalmatians.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I see 101, and I just
Yeah.
always assume.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Wow. All right, Todd again with the ladies.
Let's see if the ladies are...
Kinder this time.
Yeah. Paul with King 8 puts in the call. And, of course, Paul does hit a king.
I always say, if you're not doing so well, pick on call the one guy that can't win anything. You know, that's Todd tonight.
Well, Todd got David a little bit ago when he hit his 6 on the river to get trips. Todd get a little bit there. Now Paul all in with his remaining, and Todd lets go the queens. Yeah, been a frustrating night for Todd.
I'd say so.
He's had kings, he's had queens. Hasn't been able to win any of them. He had to turn kings into a bluff to win one.
So Paul's probably in second place for most frustrating night.
Yeah. Although, you know, Paul is stoic as ever. Not going to see him not going to see a reaction out of him.
Hey, he was talking earlier when George brought up Bitcoin. Paul lit up, participated, talked about it, everything.
That makes sense. that does check out.
Sounds like I'm making that up, and it actually just happened.
Yeah. Todd 43% VPIP right now, George 30%. Everyone else in the 20s basically. As far as VPIPs go for this 10-25 game.
Johannes a little bit quieter than he usually is tonight.
Yeah. And then once the hand closes out, we'll show you the earnings as far as who's up and who's down once we get a more accurate, you know.
Miguel's up the most. Danny's up the second most.
Yeah.
I'm just doing this from memory here.
Not a lot of change.
Todd stuck the most.
Yeah.
Which we uncapped later after Frank left because Frank wanted to. Okay.
Miguel did lose a chunk of it over to Carson,
25, like,
but he's still probably up a little.
this was every time around town, make it
I guess over a little over 11K.
Very next hand on hand straddle, he's making 130. Get 200.
Ah,
So
just
every
under
time-
11. Yeah, those two are up and everybody else is stuck.
Yeah,
But with all
pretty
these
accurate.
caps.
Although Paul, George, and Carson are, might as well consider
Yes.
those being even for them.
They are stuck the size of this upcoming bomb pot we're about to watch.
Yeah.
Dave pretty much the same, and yeah, it's just Todd's getting pretty crushed.
Brutal.
It has been pretty nasty for him. We've seen aces cracked, we've seen kings cracked, we've seen queens.
It's actually tonight. But
Nothing going well.
celebrate Monday.
And this one, the Sunday game got canceled.
No, yeah.
Oh, that's
Queen 10 tray top board, ace queen 9 bottom.
Did you get the text for Sunday too?
Johannes all spades in his hand.
I was as well.
Say Paul with top 2 up top and pair of queens down low. Lex not to bet it. Now he will.
Yeah, queen pairs the board up top, and a 7 does complete diamond flushes, which Danny has that, but George has the better diamond flush.
Yeah, Paul holding the nuts up top. Happy to bet out for a pot-sized bet now. Start clearing out all the riffraff.
Yeah, George and Paul right now with the highest equities. Of course, you know, Paul with that boat up top.
George second nut flush down low. So just these two off the rivers.
Chop it up.
Maybe.
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 Paul bet 1,200.
Yeah, Paul going full pot, trying to push George off a chop. Not gonna work.
Yeah.
George snap called.
Chop it up. Boat up top for Paul. Flush on the bottom for George.
Miguel's just going to straddle.
Miguel back to the game, just going to straddle. But yeah, as mentioned before, the registration for the night flight here does end at around 10:20. So you still got plenty of time to try to register into the event tonight.
I love that he doesn't look at what the number is before he says go.
So we just draw
Todd flops all of this one. He's down 5-5 deuce rainbow. Danny's pocket 8 staying over pair. See, can Todd get some value out of Danny here? Todd turns the boat.
salt and pepper too, please.
Not a bad turn card for Danny's hand either, though. So we see Danny keep firing. Todd just slow playing, putting in the call. Now Danny checks it over. Todd gonna fire.
Goes 2/3 of the pot. That's 800.
Danny might look it up. We've seen Todd pull off a lot of bluffs tonight. He is stuck and been visibly frustrated.
Yeah.
So you know he's capable of pulling a bluff here.
Oh, it does let it go.
Danny found the fold anyway. Wow.
I thought he was going to look him up with the look he kind of gave there.
Had that feel of, well, this guy's going to be making moves. Just going to put in the call here and hope for the best. But just essentially $800 saved. You see Danny just get that wince of, was that a good fold?
Looks like the straddle is off for now. Back to being 2 blinds here.
What?
I know, right?
I don't get it.
Neither do I.
The 50 was on. I think it's I don't know if it's because of just the way Miguel's coming back in. It looked like the 50 was on.
Oh,
But,
yeah,
only with 2 blinds. So
yeah, so
I think that's just
yeah.
fixing some players returning to the game scenario.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Because the open was the 150. That's what threw my alarm bell off of.
Yeah.
You're not opening to 150 over a $25 blind.
Right. Yeah.
So, whew, thank goodness.
Well, I mean, I was also going by what I said there, 1025 too. So
Yeah.
that's why I thought it was ticking off.
The graphic was a lie.
Graphics do be lying at times. One day I'll realize that.
But Johannes picking up a pot. I think it's his second one tonight.
Oh no,
There's some medicine. I don't want that. There's something else. We brought it in. I can't remember what it is. It might be Tyler.
I just should have brought it.
I have Excedrin in the car. Scott, I need Excedrin. Tylenol doesn't work with me. Thank you, Rip. Appreciate it, bro.
All right, everything back to normal, folks.
All right, back to 10.25.50.
Yeah. Everything's back to normal. All is right in the world.
The parts I went to get in my box the other night, right? The fucking door just came off. I was
Like the lid for the car.
so you can just grab my box.
I actually had a
That could happen.
dream.
Apparently it's happened more than
That's
once. I wasn't the first person.
that's interesting.
I had a. So what did they do? They just give you a new box?
Yeah, but it was weird. They're like, you got both keys with you? I'm like, why would I have both keys with me? They're like, well, we can't give you a new box, you got both keys. I was like, so, you want me to take all this money home? Just so we're clear, what we're talking about here. Then the girl is like, I'll go talk to her. Which the girl was just doing what she was told.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it's like, I was like, tell them I'll bring it back tomorrow. I'm reliable.
Actually, so I had like 2 stressful dreams the last 2 weeks, or this last week or so. And the first dream I can't remember, but the other one was like 2 nights ago. And I had a dream that like I go into my box, and then like the one night, and then the next night I come in, and they upgraded my box to like this, like almost like a +2, like a double-decker box. But then like half my chips and like all the things are in there just are gone, or like they colored it down and stuff like that. I was like, oh my god, what the world? And just like I was like, look, like just a crazy dream. I was like, what in the world? How am I dreaming about this?
I also sometimes have dreams of so much money in my box.
Yeah,
that the drawer breaks when I open it.
It's a very relatable dream, you know? What's also relatable here is that Dave's got the flush draw here.
It's turning out.
And George with top pair now on the turn.
And trapping. Checking that turn over to Dave. Hoping for this to happen. Just smooth calls.
Deuce on the river, double paired board. But George does have the ace.
And George bets out tiny.
Very, very tiny.
I mean, it's almost like he knows what Dave has, and he's trying to get Dave to put in a cry call, hoping to chop 2 pair and an ace on board. You can see Dave thinking about doing it. And there it is. Call from Dave. George finds a way to sneak an extra 200 there.
I thought you were going to. Alright, give us an edge rusher. Give us an edge rusher.
You know that happened to somebody, by the way.
What?
They got really strict after it, but somebody cleaned out somebody else's box.
How?
They let them in without an ID.
They have the key?
Yeah, somebody lost their key. This was years and years ago, but it definitely happened. And ever since then, they're super strict. Like, at first you could have managers sign you in your box without your ID, like Sage or somebody. Now they don't even allow that.
So that was this super weird thing that happened to me. And I forgot my ID there.
It's like there's not happening.
And somebody called me and said,
A massive flop for Paul. Pair and flush draw.
We need a defense.
Easy C-bet. George under pair to the board, just letting it go.
That's insane. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but like, how did he lose his key? Like he lost his key to like somebody new or something? Like somebody.
No,
let's say you leave
Yeah, you drop his key somewhere here and it has the number on it. So like, I was right at the top of this room for a second.
I forgot it. I thought there was something because I forgot my ID and they called me and they said, oh, we found your ID. And then I went there and nobody knew about it. It was in St. Augustine.
Oh, okay.
And so I guess the guy that
Like security guy?
he forgot to tell the others. And so like, are you sure it was you? Are you sure? Yeah, somebody literally told me that they had my ID. But that wasn't the story. I was also trying to get to my box somehow, but I don't remember why. And they asked me if I had my ID. It's like, no, I lost it. And you guys, yeah, that's what I wanted to go play at St. Augustine. And they called me and said, oh, we found your ID. Okay, so I want to go there, get my ID and play, okay? So then I go there and they say, no, we don't know anything about ID. So it took them like an hour to figure out what happened to it, and it's the thing I couldn't play because I didn't bring any cash. Because I was under the assumption that they had my ID, which they had. And they don't let you get to your box if you don't have your ID. It's like, how am I supposed to have my ID if I lost it here? So they couldn't figure out, like, apparently the guy that found it forgot to tell the others. And I don't know where he put it. They had it and it was all fine, but it was just all. It was like kind of weird. Like,
Miguel completes his straight. Does put a 4-liner out there. Or no, 3-liner. Never mind.
His box. You're like, you're not allowed to be in here.
Numbers are hard. Don't mind me.
So Dave did elect to C-bet that flop. Since he was the pre-flop raiser, let's see if he keeps doing so on the turn. Under pair the board, has to know he's no good.
He's on bet.
Like I said, they're super
Yeah, he
weird about
does.
that.
He bets big.
Yeah, over bet it. And Miguel, this is dream for him.
He's repping the hand that Miguel has.
different enforcements.
Yep, easy smooth call.
And a brick on the river.
I think I like what
Miguel just
casino. They don't have
gonna
boxes.
keep checking it over.
They have accounts. So you can like turn your
Oh,
chips
it's
in.
Yeah,
So it's almost
again,
like a
Dave
bank
was
account.
the pre-flop raiser as well.
Give him your ID and be like, I want
been
this
telling a
chips.
strong story.
Your account, they'll just give it to you.
That's pretty sick.
So that way you don't have to worry about like the boxes.
I mean, it's either give up or go big. Let's see which way Dave goes.
He's gonna throw out some chips.
See, looks like he's assembling half pot.
1,300 the bet.
Yeah, right around half pot size, and he's gonna get the news here shortly that he lit that on fire. Since Miguel's gonna shove in about 3, 2, 1. Come on, Miguel. Help me out here, man. There we go.
Yeah, you're just a
close.
second off.
Yeah, snap pull from
And
Dave.
yeah,
Oops.
Dave's like, okay, you win.
I mean, can Miguel's night get any better? It just keeps going.
Miguel getting closer and closer to having 20K in front of him.
Dave having on 2K.
Yeah, started with 5. Turned 5 into 20. Pretty good night. I would take it.
I don't think I have one. It's like plenty.
So he's going to be on the other one.
Yeah, Steve. I think sometimes they do forget that there is a mic over top of them.
Heard some weird stories at the poker table, so it's been rather tame, I would say. All things considered. Well, Danny flops top paired. Todd didn't see bet. Danny's gonna bet turn. Todd turning open-ended, puts in the call. But River doesn't give Todd a straight. Danny checks it over. Thought we might have seen Todd bluff at it there, but he doesn't.
I hope you make 2 pair.
Has he still not been picked, by the way?
No.
You make 2 pair. You make 2 pair, it gives a little spice.
So I'm trying to figure out where the order is of where everybody's sitting. Like, I can't find what the actual picks are.
Well, you could ESPN and tells you like the upcoming picks.
I'm on ESPN.
We just choose the wide receiver.
Okay, there we go. It's by round.
Who's in the Jet? Oh, they don't have a second round pick. I just wanted to know. Yeah.
Pittsburgh didn't have a second round pick.
Oh, the Saints still keep it.
Shador?
Yeah.
Where?
Saints State quarterback. Oh, no.
They picked
Oh, my God, they picked somebody else.
Yeah,
Oh, my
kind of
God.
slow, yeah.
I saw his name in quarterback, and I thought they picked him. Nope. Who is this guy? Tyler?
Apparently,
He's the Louisville
I think he's like
quarterback.
25 years old too. He's like old.
It's amazing when you say 25 years old is old.
To be drafted.
I mean, it's not Chris Winkie old, but I mean,
Oh, my God, he fell out of the second round. Let's the Bears take him, which I highly doubt that.
150, old
Wow, he fell out of the second round.
Bears are definitely not taking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And what's funny is that like they're not showing any Sanders tape, like any Sanders household tape anymore.
3-bet from Miguel. Todd's going to call. Miguel's ace, king in the lead. Andy's in position.
King 7-9 flop.
Top pair for Miguel. Second pair for Todd.
Well, I mean, number one. But again, like, there's only 3 or 4.
Miguel C-bet small. Just tiny. 125.
Here, Todd, so are you milking me, Todd? Or Miguel? You milking me?
And there's the disaster
Oh,
turn.
no.
Third round's got
Just
to be Cleveland, you would think.
2 pair for both players. Miguel obviously in the lead.
Check, and a 10 on the river. Sheesh.
So how much can Miguel get out of Todd here? Fired out. Another 700.
What do you bet? 800?
Todd did just put in the call.
He did,
Didn't
yeah.
raise. Just hear him summarizing his night to a T.
It's been rough.
Very, very rough. Just,
Been a rough night.
you know, if Miguel C-bets large on the flop, he might not stick around. Doesn't perfect turn card. Just, whew. If you could take one hand to summarize 2 guys' nights, that was Miguel's and Todd's right there.
Yeah.
Miguel just on cruise control, can almost do no wrong.
And Todd just
Todd
having
can
a
not get anything right.
has been having a nightmare night for him.
Yeah.
Again, he literally had to turn
Nice.
kings into a bluff.
Yeah,
That's how his night's been.
that was the best play he's had tonight too.
Yeah.
Like, just. But yeah, just wow. Things can't get any worse for Todd. Things can't get much better for Miguel. Well, a lot of game left though. Just takes one hand or two.
Yeah, with the way this game is played, definitely.
Nicole Vernon. Facebook saying second place can break you quick.
It's true.
Second best is the worst. I'd rather be 5th.
That's why they say second is the first loser.
You know, I'm more of a if you ain't first or last kind of guy, but yeah, definitely second place is not where you want to be in poker. Maybe other things, you know, silver medal, you know, like silver skyrocketing in value might not be the worst, but poker will cost you.
Yeah.
See if he wants to connect with this flop. Came down ace high. Miguel and George both flopping top pair. Miguel having George out kicked. Danny's got shot to a wheel. He's gonna bet at it when it checks over to him. George calls. Miguel, easy to drop 2 black chips in there for the call. They off to a jack of spades on the turns. The front door flush comes in.
Yep.
Nobody was holding it though.
Danny is holding the 5 of spades. It's a small spade though, so don't really anticipate him doing anything here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be proud of it.
No.
Action just checks through on that river.
Yeah. Pairs the board. Yeah.
And Miguel's over the 20K mark. Oh,
Wow.
the crowd goes wild.
The crowd is going wild. Yikes. Yep. Again, Miguel having one of the best nights ever. Over 20K in front of him now. Phew. I do kind of wish his stack was a little bit different though. Kind of makes it a little hard to pitch cards to him.
Last week when I literally said I'm not going to the bathroom, so we got short.
So we don't leave the shorthand, then you went to the
literally
bathroom.
got up and went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
25 minutes.
It was definitely last week.
I sometimes take a while to learn things.
That's seven.
I'm serious. Like, it's
I
not,
know you're serious. So like I'm not doubting the fact that you're
you
serious.
can't
about
just call it on.
Sure.
King Jack v King Queen. No king, queen, or jack on board. It comes down ace 8 tray.
Should have waited until
Action just checking through. Taking off to the river.
In the day, you're going to be going for a little bit, right? And then all 3 lines.
Shady saying maybe there'll be a 30K pot between Miguel and George tonight. I mean,
I like where your head's at.
I like where you're thinking.
Always play a
More carnage.
I like where your head's at. But I do think the stars kind of have to align on that one.
I mean, we saw an 8K pot between them when they got it all in once. You know,
That was aces versus ace king.
yeah, if that happens again, how are they not going to get it
I
on?
mean, that's why I said the stars have to align.
Bring it on.
I mean, I'm ready. I definitely want it. But it's got to be a very, very special circumstance for that.
Raise 150. All in 7, fold in 8. Bring it 9. All 4 players. That's 300.
George gave it deliberation, but does let go of his pair of 8s. Carson wishes he didn't. Sitting there with the second nut flush, hoping to get some value.
Andrew's partying with the race.
Still gonna scoop up about 1,000 in profit.
I was going to lose a lot of money on that Andrew race. And had a good hand.
You had a good hit?
Yeah, if he had... He was going to win a lot of money.
True, George did try getting it all in with ace 5 earlier. A couple hours ago, put in a super light 5 bet against Danny. Danny let go of ace king. So George tries the same thing again later on Miguel. Who knows?
You know, it's crazy. I just hold a hand, I 3-bet top of it, and it's a really good hand. He's fucking so good. I don't think he's that good at it. Like, I have 3-bet you with it, too.
When I tell my family, it's just like trying to teach them poker roll. Hand strength is relative. And they're like, what do you mean? Hand strength is relative. I'm a pair.
Here comes Miguel 3-betting me. Oh, nice.
All right.
It's also like,
Todd back for revenge. Pocket kings this time. Miguel looking to spike a 6.
like, it's fucking like, I can can tell you in a vacuum, but like
He doesn't flop it, so it's not perfect tonight. Just as close as you can get. Todd drags in a small pot. Hasn't won any big ones.
That's why I like playing live.
Only the small ones.
I used to love online, and I was transitioning to like live, and then I was like, oh man, I hate live. You don't see any hands, whatever. And then playing for live for a few years.
I mean,
I don't ever look at it online.
I don't know how you can play online. Like all the cheating going on, like there's so much cheating.
I mean, that's the reason why. Well, normally what I was doing is low enough to where I like.
That's where the most cheating is happening, is at the lower stakes stuff.
Yes.
Where the most cheating, most bots.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta play on the, in my opinion, you gotta play on the right side. But,
You play in like some of the private games that are on yeah, like you know all the people.
yeah, that's different. That's different. Yeah.
That for relatively low stakes. Some of these guys are playing for a lot. We're seeing a lot of hands.
Well, we were just talking about, here we go, aces versus ace king. George. Wow, diamonds complete. George gets the flush.
In my opinion, when I play it online or whatever, low stakes, tons of practice.
George is on bet
I would say
1,400.
I mean, that was the highest I would play.
Well, literally the exact same hands from about an hour and a half ago.
20.
We were actually just talking about this, and George is going to get Miguel this time, as the flush does complete. So a little bit of revenge for George there.
That was in 2017 to 2020, but I was getting a ton of volume and just seeing spots. I would play his trap 2 online.
What sites you doing? ACR or something?
No, I started on Global Poker, and then I kind of switched to the app stuff, which was, you had to be sure who you were playing on the apps. It was actually before Poker Bros. It was PP Poker. Yeah, it was PP Poker, yeah.
That used to be big. I was playing an app with guys I trust, but I realized there are like too many people in, so like
Yeah, like
there's no way for them to know. And like I said, the guys who ran it, I 100% trust, but like there's no way for them to know, so I stopped playing on it. Even though I was an overall winner, but like,
Yeah, like-
there's no way if you're just letting all these random people in, like yeah. No, I get it, but like if you're gonna like.
Because there's no stopping you from being on the phone with the other dude on the other line, just sharing cards, or like 3 people. There's just no.
I guess that's going to be my time. You guys got Chase come back and accept the buddy.
Hey Dave, hide the button. We hide the dealer button and then use the bomb pot as the regular button.
That's what I'm just saying. I'm both, so I can use both. It's not the same thing. Same thing.
I've been backing up on him for a
I'm
while.
not having it for a night, but that's actually in my only so it's enjoy right
Yeah, like I said, I've been bad enough on him for a while.
What's the word for that? What's the word for that?
All right, so here we go. The board PLO bomb pot here.
Actually, gentlemen.
King, Queen 7 top board, King 8, 6 bottom. All diamonds on the top board. Paul does have the flush on the top.
Yeah, second nut flush. Todd doesn't have too much going. Would have been interesting to see if he wanted to use that ace of diamonds as a bluff, but
Actually, there's 3 players that have a flush on the top board. Paul, Carson, and Johannes.
So Paul lead right out for half pot.
I mean, if he drops to the third or fourth round, it's like, I mean, I guess.
Johannes quickly lets it go, even with that straight flush redraw.
At that point.
Well, like, he's dropped to the third, so we're there.
Yeah.
Miguel putting in the call, holding the nuts down low, the straight.
Where the Steelers actually have a pick. Like,
Now Miguel makes a straight on both boards, but
team's going to pick him up as a backup.
obviously going to chop this thing
Some people think
against Paul's
and
flush.
not necessarily a bad trade, but like, that's a trade.
Miguel announced the call. Didn't even have to put chips in. Pretty confident they were chopping.
What's he should
Miguel said he had 2
Correct.
straights.
It's like, I have to be good on one of these boards.
Right. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the stats real quick. Let's show the earnings first. And there you see, yeah, George has backed up a little bit again after that hand with Miguel. Miguel's still up the most, though. Danny's up quite a bit. Carson and Paul, even, we'll say. Todd, the one that is the most stuck at the table, been a very, very frustrating night for him. So we hit the 3-hour mark here on the stream, and then there's a look at the V-Pips. Yeah, Todd being the most active, no surprise there. Everyone else in the sub-20s as far as V-Pips go.
I was wondering.
Also, guys, just a reminder, about an hour left of registration for flight number 4, or event number 1 of our Mission Run Good Poker Series. 200K guarantee in the prize pool. We're pretty close to meeting that guarantee.
With flights left.
With flights left, yes.
The good flights.
Yes. Ace 7 deuce flop here. Todd with a 7. 9s for Johannes.
Todd in the lead against Miguel right now. Force the best hand to get out of there.
Yeah, looks like we are at the river. Looks like one of the cards that picked up on the sensor there. 7 pairing the board, and that gives Todd trips.
All right, that begins the comeback, right?
Thank you.
It's the start of the comeback.
I'd say so.
Just 15 more of those, and he's back in there. Kind of fortunate for Miguel that Todd didn't check it. Obviously went for value, assuming Miguel had a real hand. Would he have checked it over? Miguel might have been forced to bluff with just jack high.
Just got there, Miguel.
Shit, I had nothing that I had to look.
Yeah, what?
I had something where I should have went.
Dave getting no action with his ace-queen suited.
Pretty sure you can win.
I mean, if I re-raised there, which I was like, what can I get on the fold? But I don't think
Pretty sure you can win. Pretty sure you can win.
I might have been ahead.
Might have been. If I check, you bet.
Now there's the bad news for Todd. If he checked, he would have gotten some more out of it. Come off the hand where he rivered 3 of a kind. But here we see Miguel really opening things up. Queen 4 suited on the gun. Pretty wide open. He's been cruising so smooth. Maybe he's feeling himself a little bit. Currently in the lead with his queen high. Todd just a gutter ball. 2 overs. Did put in the call. Oh, river tray. Complete brick. It goes check, check, and Miguel wins this pot. Queen high good. Just been that easy of a night for him.
one of my buddies was hitting on her one night. I'm not gonna say which one. But as soon as she was like missing her boyfriend, he didn't even like give her the courtesy to keep listening. He just turned back around. I was like, that's fucking cold, man. He gave her the courtesy to keep listening. He just turned back around. Like he just turned around talking to her, all interested. She's like, my boyfriend likes.
Johannes trying to force some good fortune here, putting in the 3-bet suited connectors. Again, just every time Johannes seems to go for it and step out, he just runs right into it. As Todd puts in a very chunky 4-bet. Just trying to commit Johannes' stack and makes it 3K to go.
I'm actually down 60 pounds. I got up to 301.
I don't know what you're looking at. You have 2,000 IQ.
That's funny. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Johannes now does just go all in with the suited connectors. Obviously, happy to run it 2 times. Now open ender, turn to pair. So Johannes' 9-8 gets there on the first board against Todd's ace queen. And Todd's going to be good on the second run out at least. Not full on disaster for him. These two are going to chop up Carson's money.
Grateful as fuck. It's a wonderful call. I never thought I would ever see you make $2,000, $2,500 call with 8-9.
Thank you.
There's no fucking Twilight Zone here.
You're at least going to get 10 from me if you fold it. I did have an ace.
You make shit, but you're never calling.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if you raise 3K, I'm either going all in or folding. Like,
right?
I would have to tank whether. Yeah, I would tank to see.
I mean, I pretty much put you on the end of
And Miguel waking up with ace king after Todd opened things up. Just
You're running so bad, it probably makes sense. You know, the second one.
Yeah, I did too. At that point, I'm like, fine, I'm fucking go home.
your table agreeing with how bad Todd's been running tonight. It's been more than obvious. It's written all the way around to Danny in the second blind. Puts in the raise. Just going to take it down. Nobody had a playable hand, except for Danny in this go-round. So once again, thank everybody for tuning in and hanging out with us on tonight's stream. Coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. A pretty fun 10, 25, 50 no limit cash game on tonight's stream. Back-to-back raise and takes. What's been a fairly active table. Just quieted down the last couple of hands. Maybe it's because dinner arrived. Miguel putting in the call with the 10-9 offsuit after Dave 3-betted up. And Dave's going to flop middle set. Miguel flopping a straight draw. The gut shot variety. Dave's trying to trap, checks it over. Miguel might stab here. In position with a gut shot. No reason not to. Now Dave puts in the smooth call. Wants Miguel to stick around. So we go off an ace on the turn. What do you do if you're Dave here? Check it over once more. Oh, Miguel fires again. Or do you lead out, start building this pot for a river shove? Does lead out 1/3 pot, so it keeps it small. Hoping to keep Miguel around. Miguel started reaching for chips. Now he's eyeing up Dave's chip stack, it looks like. Contemplating making a move, possibly. Miguel's made a few moves here and there tonight, not overly often. After some deliberation, does put in the call, hoping to spike a 7. Instead, it's a 6 on the river. Dave with the boat. About a pot size bet behind. Imagine he's going to go for it all here. If he somehow, someway finds a check, Miguel might be inclined to bluff at it. Dave did announce 2,500, about a pot size bet. Nearly all in. Miguel gonna fake some interest with his 10 high. Give everybody a chance to run to the bathroom as he fake thinks about it before putting it in the muck. One of the rare bright spots for Dave and one of the rare bad spots from Miguel there in that hand.
You get to save like $300.
No way. It was less than that. It was like $75 yet.
I want to see Miguel jamming him full.
Right.
That would have been that whole night.
Like, are we playing a tournament where you're saving much of that?
Let's go get dinner afterwards, man.
Todd defends. George is open. Todd does flop a pair of 7s against George's 9s. But action checks through turn and river. So outside of the flop bet, George not getting too much value.
One thing that's interesting about when this ESPN coverage or whatever, they just like had this quarterback that's got selected or whatever, and like they say NFL comparison, Pat Surtain. I'm like, no, you can't just be the best corner every time. This is not the thing.
This is not the same thing, but my wife watches that Masked Singer shit. And my favorite part about that show is like they'll guess people like it's clearly not them, like but they're super famous. They'll be like, "Is that Barack Obama?" Like they'd be like fucking the girl, like the third lead on Family Matters. Like I said, but they always, Jay-Z, is that you?
Jay-Z's on Masked Singer.
Yeah.
Live player.
This was a 5-way limped pot. Watch Paul flop all of it. I might get a little value out of Todd's 6s here. Todd did put in the call. Everybody else clears out. After Paul fills up on the turn, we head off to the river. Paul rips it, praying. Todd has a big spade. Fortunate for Todd, it's only a 6 high, so he can let it go.
Thank you.
See Paul slowly stacking some chips back up, trying to dig out his status on the night. Action. Limped between 2 blinds here. Just George and Todd. Neither player with a pair. Todd rivers the 9 for the better hand. We got a minor lull in the action. Been a lot of big hands tonight. Nothing too crazy on the last few, but hopefully action will ramp back up again here shortly. I know I want to see it. I'm sure you all do too. So appreciate all of you hanging out, tuning in, sweating this action along with me. Been a pretty fun, lively table. It's a pretty loud, friendly room on a Friday night.
Been there twice.
Oh, that's amazing, right?
I went for a brunch on Easter, then I went again.
Easter brunch there, it's really good.
Yeah, it was really good. Delicious, man. Like flat out fucking top
Amazing.
notch.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Spell that.
ORSAY.
Yeah, I got the beef stroganoff the first time, and I got steak the second time. Both were got it out. Oh man,
It's heavy though.
yeah.
You give me 10. I think so. I gave it 5 minutes. Thank you. I was about to say, okay, I'll give you 10.
Rare bright spot. Tiny of a pot, but something not going wrong for Johannes. It's been a pretty quieted down, tamed version of himself on tonight's stream so far. Popping the headphones off, maybe trying to get a little bit more involved here. Hope so. Or how much just the seating configuration being between Todd and George is kind of cramping how he would prefer to play. You see George flop top pair. Bet and take it down this hand. Todd just letting go of bottom pair.
Yeah, on Easter Sunday, I don't know if it's every day or not, but then it's deviled eggs, and I got them all like different kinds. They're fucking so good. So good.
What's that?
I just thought the game's playing really fast. I didn't think I walked away that long.
Good.
There's one pot you guys played that was like 10K, it took like 12 seconds.
That's me and Jordan.
You guys practice it, that's standard.
Usually how that goes.
Thank you.
Dan just pointed out how fast this table has been playing compared to the average speed of a game. They have been cranking out the hands. Not a lot of deep thought, not a lot of fake tanking by any means. They're right on this table, playing pretty quickly, which is nice. Watch Miguel continue to play much looser than maybe we've seen in the past. Opening things up with Jack 6. Carson got to 3-bet the ace 10. Suited and take it down. Maybe being up quite a healthy chunk allows Miguel to play a little bit looser to the vest than normal. Maybe just the more experience he's got on stream here, he's feeling more and more comfortable. Either case, it's nice to see him getting after it more and more every time he comes on. So we got Dave and Todd facing off, button versus big blind. Todd flopping top pair, checking over in flow to the pre-flop raise. Dave is going to c-bet. Pretty quick call from Todd. I see a brick on the turn with deuce of spades.
Weird as shit, bro.
Dave almost threw out a bet and then just kind of checks it back last second.
Not in fact, because you did some weird ass shit. Thought you were about to bet like 900 into it right there. So I was like, that was weird. I gave up that thought, man.
Paul with an ace on the button, easy open. Got over to him. Nobody wants to put in the defend. Nobody had a hand worth defending either. Just going to move right along to the next one. Miguel happy to raise things up with the suited connectors, even being under the gun. Only customer and Todd so far putting in the call. Everybody else just gonna get out of there. Todd's nines far and in the lead, especially after flopping a set. Miguel threw out a small continuation bet. Todd just called rather than check raising. Now board pairing on the turn. Beautiful card for Todd. Filling up, able to continue slow playing here. Praying that Miguel keeps firing, but however, Miguel shut it down on the river. Even with just 8 high, elected not to bluff. A lot of times players will bluff with the bottom of the range. Obviously, 8 high, never going to be good at showdown. Unfortunate for Miguel, he didn't bluff that time around, as Todd was definitely going to check raise. Gave Miguel all the rope. We're gonna watch Dave limp in. And Carson opens it up. Dave electing not to limp call with the ace 10.
I thought you were doing some fake phone call.
No, I just put down another $5.
All right, 3 ways. Carson was the pre-flop raiser here with the 10-9 suited. Danny elected not to 3-bet the ace-queen this time around. Flop did check through. Carson, beautiful turn card. Adding a flush draw to his second pair. Carson did bet out. Todd put in the call with the 4. Thought it might have a chance of being good if Carson had some sort of straight draw. Flush draw. Unfortunately, saw the bad news and actually went check on the river. Carson's 9 was best to take it down. Todd in second place yet again. Carson raising it up once again. This time it's an upgrade from 10-9 of spades to queen 9 of spades. 2 callers just like last hand. And flops a pair yet again. Out kicking Dave right now. Better kicker on his queen. Puts in the delayed C-bet. Dave going to be going nowhere when it gets around to him. Sure enough, there is the call. So we head off to the river.
Oh, wow.
And it does bring in the chop.
Chop it up. 4s, full queens for both Carson and Dave.
Carson will bet for value, presumably here. In the end, it'll just end up being a chop. Whoa.
Whoa.
Huge.
That was definitely not a value bet.
2x pot puts Dave to the test. Have to assume that Carson puts Dave on a queen then. He's trying to push him off a chop. Or maybe just make it look really bluffy to get looked up by a pocket pair of some kind.
Carson says no chop.
Yeah.
It is all
That'd be
mine.
interesting to find out if Carson was doing that to make it look like a bluff and get looked up by a pocket pair below queens, or doing it to push somebody off of a chop. I have to guess he was trying to get value from, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, something in that range. But as played, got to take it down all by himself. Well, it should have been a chop pot. Crazy to see. Didn't see it coming, that's for sure. Watch Danny 3-bet with the king jack after Miguel opened. Dave putting in the hefty 4-bet with the ace queen. That's going to take it down.
You hear Chase, it's bomb pot time. 3.5 hours in the books. I'll go ahead and show you the stats real quick, and then also got a entry update as far as what's happening with flight number 4 of our first event of the Run Good Poker Series, Mission Run Good, happening here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Well, I guess. Can we move one of these TVs to the Lakers game?
Well, I actually realized at one point that Mill Rowe was supposed to be a #1 pick, and I never, first round pick, and I never.
So there's the VPIPs, and once the hand ends here, we'll show the earnings.
I've never understood that.
And there they are. Yeah, Miguel still up the most. Danny up quite a bit as well. George, again, profiting. Todd still the most stuck at the table. Johannes and Dave also a little stuck as well. Paul and Carson, will say, is even.
In games, like I saw
the
the
Giants.
As
I was like, yeah, there's no way he's an NFL quarterback. I was like, I don't understand the hype.
After they talked all that shit, are they going to still pick him up right now?
A good 4th.
Game does continue. Slim Shady asking, do you think this game will continue upstairs post-stream? Maybe, most likely. Oh, wow, we get to see all the hands.
New record.
Yeah, 9-6 tray top board. King 7 deuce bottom board. Well, Johannes has a set of 9s up top.
And a nut flush draw.
Wow.
Monster lock on that top board.
Yeah, very much so.
Miguel with the set down bottom.
I couldn't.
Second
couldn't
set.
see one of the cards. I did 3 of them.
And a gut shot. Just double gutter on the top board for Miguel to go with his set down low. He might have been tempted to put in a raise. Instead, just called.
That's why the equities are where they're at right now with Johannes and Miguel. Danny just here for the ride right now. King up to. Oh, wow. Johannes just improved big time.
Yeah. Second nuts on both boards.
Set over set.
The only thing you're losing to is pocket kings, and somebody would have to have the case 2 kings, so.
Yeah.
Dream spot.
Well, we're talking about how it was a little bit of a frustrating night for Johannes, and this could be an opportunity for him.
Miguel and Danny both with sets on the bottom board that are worse than 9s.
Oh, I didn't even see the set of deuces. Wow.
It's going to be tough. Danny, I mean, set of deuces isn't the most attractive thing.
No.
It's also, he also has a flush draw up top to go with it. Just might string him along. See how disciplined he can be here. After Miguel did put in the call. Miguel not drawing dead. Could hit quads down low or hit a set up top. Or straight up top rather if a non-heart 4 or 8 come out. It's thin, but not dead. Disciplined full by Danny. So you can tell he wanted to put in the call and thought better of it. Now there's the 8 up top. So Miguel gonna chop this thing up. Spiking one of his gut shots with the 8 of clubs up top there. A couple of straight draws came in down low also. That's why we see Johannes just slow down and check it here. Now Miguel might think he has a chance of scooping here and could put out a value bet. Instead, just checks it back.
If I made it straight on both boards, though, fucking no.
9s and 9s.
After all that, these two are just going to chop it up. Seems fair. Seems fair given the flops.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out if I made two straight. I don't think
7, 10?
No, I don't think I had a set. I did 3 of my cards were 5, 6, 8. I had a 7 I made it on both.
Seven's really hard. He goes up too.
Yeah, probably.
Nice hand.
The river was also one. Yeah, I mean, I have to call it. I have to
All right, so let's go ahead and keep it moving along here. See Dave with ace queen.
Just calling after George opened. Saw him 4-bet ace queen not too long ago. This time around, just flatting. Really mixing it up.
King 10-9 flop. 7 on the turn.
It would have been harder for me to pull 500.
Carson bluffing at it with his double gutter.
You can change that TV.
It works. Thievery.
I'm only playing for half.
Got it.
I'm so dead to like
All good. I'm here yet. Sweet.
so dead to
I appreciate it.
Carson dragging a pot with Jack Deuce. He probably never even should have seen the flop. Had Dave 3-bet it pre.
Only sometimes, country.
All right, George, King 10 suited. Put in the raise to 150. It feels like that's been kind of the standard raise tonight.
Yeah, 3x open.
Yeah.
Pretty much the norm. See this. Todd with a liberal defend.
8-6-5 flop, and Todd actually flopped the best of it with the 5s and a gutter.
Stays best on the turn.
Oh, and then George catches a king on the river. Of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course you hit a king on the river. Of course you did.
Just crazy.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us for this 1025 live stream. Again, tomorrow, don't forget, we'll be back in the 510 streets tomorrow. Let's take a look at this lineup and see if we got any returning faces for tomorrow night.
I mean, at some point, it's not a bad thing for any team. Any team that pays as a backup.
A couple,
how far?
It's cheap as fuck now.
couple different
Router
names.
State making much money.
Some players are back on this one, but
When they have picked how much the contract is?
Yeah, basically it's all pretty much like that.
It's all on a sliding scale based
and then that May live stream schedule is up on the website, guys. If you guys want to,
Looks juicy.
yeah, definitely check it out. Got some more of those 1-3 mixed games that's going to be happening. Big 25-50 game that's on the schedule as well.
Just not right.
At this point, we probably prefer
So yeah, lots of different games coming up
to be able to actually.
on that May schedule. If you want to try to sign up, just go to bestbetjacks.com. You click the poker tab and go to live stream, and then you'll see the entire schedule there, and you can try to sign up for any of those games right there on the website.
That would literally be my favorite thing ever.
Yeah, like, okay, so then it gets in the fringe, like, who's in the quarterback?
Yeah, we're going this way.
Who's in the weird position of quarterback? Like, maybe the Bucks?
Yep, it's
Because Baker only
King 9 tray flop here. 9 for Miguel. George's 10's in the
I
lead.
mean, it would be good, it would sell a lot with Travis Hunter and George Sanders being on the same team again.
Last season was disappointing. Not only last season. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's the best part. They don't even have him as the best available player on the board.
yeah, not anymore.
Now basically.
Because he was,
Oh, the Raiders are on the. I bet he gets picked
yeah,
up.
that would
That
be
makes
it.
sense. That makes all sense. Yeah.
Third round,
How much?
first pick.
How much are they paying Gino?
Too
Oh,
much.
they did sign. They just
They've
extended
got
it for a
they
3-year deal.
extended it, but it's a deal that's like that they can escape out
It's
of.
basically a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty sick. I mean,
This
that would definitely be a
That
good
actually
thing.
makes so much sense. Yeah. Full 2, 3, 4. Full 6.
That makes all the sense in the world.
150 seats.
I'm willing to guess he didn't allow cameras in for his reaction.
I bet not.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
3 ways we go. Todd did open up from the button here.
Wow.
As the table is watching the same thing we are with the draft of Shadir Sanders just continuing to drop.
Mighty have fallen. Whew. How far can it go?
Those interviews had to be incredibly bad, if that's the case.
You'd think one out of like 20 interviews had to go good, right?
I was like, why did you go?
I
I mean,
don't know.
country, we've passed interviews. Like, we work here.
Always does one thing.
Like,
I don't love it.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we didn't have somebody train us how to do the interview. Like, we didn't have practice. And even we got employed somewhere.
Worst part is,
Yeah.
for me, was like when it was this time of the year and COVID was there. So
I don't know.
There was COVID, and it was just
I have no idea.
so rough. Then I watched Tiger King.
That was just funny.
It was amazing. It just went so. It's like,
You see his German ass on the watching Tiger King so fucking excited. Whoa!
I mean, whenever you saw it couldn't get any crazier, it went crazier. It's just like,
These crazy ass Americans.
that was so crazy. That was really the only entertainment I can think of in the beginning of COVID. That was
All right, guys. As far as real time goes, tournament's about to hit a break here in about 10-15 more minutes.
watch.
Yeah.
And once they return from their break, registration will be over at that time. I said the last time I had a chance to check to see how many entries we've had in flight number 4, we were at 131 entries, which even for a Friday night, that's pretty good as far as entries go. All 4 flights have had
Like Tom Brady, is like his mentor a little bit.
either close to or definitely more than the 100 mark. I said Thursday night flight was at 96, so it was like flirting with 100. It's pretty good, pretty good. We'll definitely surpass the guarantee really early tomorrow.
Tomorrow is 4, 5, 6, 7.
It goes quick though.
I mean, you're filling 22 teams, like 22 starting spots. That's not even including special teams. And then the people behind it, it's like 55 roster spots.
I mean, I just thought enough about it, but it makes sense.
All right, King Queen for Dave, 10-7 suited for Miguel, 9-5 trade flop.
So then you negotiate with them that are interested, and
If you don't get drafted, you don't really negotiate. They give you a chance.
Okay, yeah.
They're not going to pay you shit.
Practice squad. Every team has a practice squad. So
That, you start off with like 90 players.
We'll let Carson know it's a 53-man roster for the NFL shortly.
I mean, I feel like Kurt tried to. The first 2 cards out are 5 trade.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, take a hint.
Yeah.
Person roster, they have like a whole practice squad.
Miguel took a hint, turned into
The
7.
rules are if you're on a practice
Did.
squad, any team can actually sign you.
Dave sticking around still.
you're on your side.
And got bailed out. Queen on the river. I think he might have been trying to pull a bluff instead. But I guess plan B of get there.
Practice squad, any other team can sign you to
I think plan A was definitely bluff.
active
Go
roster.
what?
You can't sign them to a practice squad.
No,
You can sign- Yeah, the active roster. You can sign them.
$100 more new player.
Dude, I go to the Jacksonville Sharks
So,
game.
they've been,
All my
Miguel's
people
been
are playing for love.
I love
taking
how
a couple hits.
Dude,
I love how we're like everyone's trying to explain to Johannes about
I
how
went to a game
the
like
NFL
last year,
fills their rosters and everything, like roster breakdown
They're not as
101.
good as hockey. Hockey's better in my opinion.
I would do bet the playoff hockey game.
Yeah.
Lost all 4 games in overtime, by the way. How fucking crazy is that in the playoffs?
All 4 games won
All
overtime.
4 games in overtime, they lost all 4.
Going to playoff like hockey games in person are incredibly fun. They're incredibly fun.
Yeah, no, that's arena football.
Especially if they win.
Ice hockey's the ice.
It's also well, never mind. I was gonna say it's also incredibly fun if you wake up with Kings like Paul, but no action.
There was an FSU like wide receiver like Terry on Terry or something like that was playing for the Jacksonville Sharks. Like, oh, I know that guy. He went to FSU.
I mean, a lot of them went to like real colleges.
yeah. Like it's pretty good talent. It was still a little sloppy, but that's what you expect.
Arena football is fun to go to too.
Just talking to somebody recently, took like their kids again. Like it's a lot of fun.
I went to when I used to live in Orlando. I'd go to a few Predator games. Those games were wild. Some of the tailgate parties for those games.
After the game, they let us on the field, like, they get autographs to the players. And they said he was fine. Like, oh, yeah, he's definitely unconscious.
Do you think they make enough to actually, if that's their only thing, they make enough? They do. There's no way.
Probably not.
There's got to be, yes, come on.
That's a George bet from being in last place.
Oh my gosh!
That just gets rewarded with the ace on the river.
Could you be full-time in the UFL?
Watching some bailouts.
In Germany, there are a lot of like soccer leagues. You know, like soccer is obviously very popular. And even like the lower leagues, they get paid, but they don't get paid enough. And then even if you get paid enough, you also have to obviously worry about the future, right? Like if you can play till you're 35 and like make like I don't know, even if you make like 100K a year, probably a lot of them wouldn't. To be honest. Then you still can only play till 35, and then what do you do after, right?
Felipe's brother, he was a professional tennis player, but he switched the pickleball. He makes like 3 times as much as he gets.
That's insane.
Wow.
Wow. There's that much money in pickleball? I guess more
He's
for
not,
the,
he's not here in the United States, but
but I guess for the medium professional, I guess that makes makes sense.
Like, so he was a legit professional tennis player.
King, queen, jack flop. So a jack for Danny. Top of having all the draws.
Pickleball, they all play paddle. Oh, it's very similar, but it's more like a squash.
I did not know that.
So that they have also similar, like they call it paddles, but it's like actually in closed arenas. They have walls, and it's a very similar game.
Oh,
but
no, they're like racquetball?
Similar, but it's a combination between racquetball and pickleball.
Oh.
super interesting. In Germany, nobody knows pickleball, and then here almost no one knows paddle. But in Spain, you go to Spain or something, like they
Raise 150, 4-4,
like
called 6, 4, 7. 600 raise, fold in at 9.
Johannes pausing the education of the table. Put in the 3-bet with the king jack. He'll take it down. Not a guy anybody wants to play back at with how extremely quiet Johannes has been on been on stream tonight.
He's like a professional pickleballer. Toppers.
he's not professional.
I mean,
Being professional is
he
literally
said he's competing in tournaments and winning them.
yeah, professional in my definition, by the definition is like if you make a living.
Sure, yeah.
It's your job, right?
Exactly.
There's no way that you make.
Yeah, tons of money.
That's at least how I would define it.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
I mean,
definition
I don't know.
of
Sometimes their language
literally.
barriers. For me, it's like
It's not saying the best about being professional. It's either you're professional or you're not.
you're not, but sometimes they are
I
different.
laugh
maybe.
at you.
No, it's funny, you know. You can
You're
hear that.
exactly right, though. You're exactly right. Fuck, it's also tacos. I don't fucking
Yeah, that's also true.
You're actually pretty good at playing with one.
2 pair for Miguel. Oh, back or flush draw for Todd, and nut flush is good. There it is.
I actually want to check. So Miguel gonna value bet.
And Todd raised it.
Might have kept it small enough that Miguel calls.
Yep.
Sure enough, there it is. Another one going away from Miguel. Miguel was up over 20K at one point.
Just
in
giving
his
a little
chip
bit
stack.
back. Yeah.
Start feeling upstuck. Now he's obviously still having an amazing night, but
Where he was earlier when he was over 20K at one point in his chip stack.
6K off your high point, you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
gotta pay one of them off, for God's sakes, bro. That's a trap over there.
Yeah, Slim says Todd didn't get enough value there. I'm inclined to agree. I just don't think he thought Miguel was as strong. I think he was targeting, king queen, like a 1-pair type hand, as opposed to something as strong as 2-pair. I think if he thought Miguel was that strong, he would have gone bigger. Miguel, especially holding that that jack of hearts. Well, I just had to put in some calls. Oh wow, here we go. Todd's got a chance at getting some back.
Yeah, he does.
Flops a boat. George flops nut flush draw. Todd didn't slow down. Fired right out. Oh. Todd went too big on this turn.
Ooh.
Should have gone small and prayed George got there.
How do you not put it in?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you not put it in?
Yeah, that's it. Well, if it turns, I'm saying.
Yeah, club on the turn could have gotten crazy. Pot was bloating up fast.
Check dog can get that block.
Right?
All right, Paul's turn with aces again. Seen him have them quite a few times. Can he get anything out of them this time around? Yeah, a couple of callers so far. And they all whiff as Danny might peel one street with his 6s. Paul does continuation bet small. And continued for only 150. I don't think Danny's going anywhere with 6s right now. It is second pair on this board. Well, glimmer of hope for Danny, turning a gut shot straight draw. Paul sizing up a little bit, going just over half pot. Firing 500 into 800. Especially adding that equity, don't think Danny's going to let it go. Sure enough, he pretty happily puts in the call. Board pairing 5 on the river. I mean, pretty clean run out. If you're the player with 6s, Paul goes for the max with the shove. Just over a pot size all in. Let's see what Danny makes of this.
Oh, do they have hockey? I'm sorry. It's huge in Michigan, sorry.
And Paul is either has an overpair or he's got a bluff.
College hockey games are the best because there's open.
Can't imagine he would do this with 7s, 8s, or 9s.
So violent.
It's very nuts or nothing.
Danny gonna let it go.
There's open check.
Been a lot of,
They want to fight when they do
pretty much coin flip decisions for Danny tonight. I feel like he's flipped heads or tails correctly every single time.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite.
And that was another one that was super close. Could have easily found a call the way it played out, especially with that board run out.
The Michigan Ohio State, like,
But finds the fold.
ugly.
No, I mean, don't wrong. They have a hockey team, but we're literally in the top 4 every year. Our hockey team is dominant. Us, Boston College, and Massachusetts are like the best hockey programs.
Yep.
But Ohio State does
Every
have
year.
one. They just don't. We beat them most of the time.
Every time.
FSU has a circus.
Like, I wonder if there's sports like, I think Michigan has all sports like this. Sports out here. Sports.
I just happened to look at the TV, and it's the Sasquatch commercial with Mike Tyson.
They have people this.
I'll do whatever. Sounds like not much enthusiasm.
I will play.
Boom. What a waste of a river set. Flush was good for Paul.
If everybody wants to play, I'll play.
Yeah, I told my wife I'd do it.
All right, then go.
Ooh, there we go.
Also, Wesley, what's up? Good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well.
He's a good corner.
The Florida State goes to the Jets, man. Come on.
Jets have a good defense.
Have a great.
Yeah, so what?
Seems to be overrated defense because, like,
Yeah, look at this.
I keep hearing how good that defense is, and I don't see it.
Well, it's always tough when
You're always on the fucking field.
and you have no offense to back you up.
Wow,
You can't. Part of a good defense is that you can actually play a little bit situational.
NFL player Jalen Ramsey.
He is not Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey was
All right.
Ace, king,
He might
jack,
be
flop.
good.
Wow.
Monster. Nuts for Miguel
Jalen
and
Ramsey was a true freshman.
two pair for
starting
Danny.
Corner at FSU.
Sheesh.
Thomas
Talking
was
about
not
how
starting corner. At
things have been going terrible for Miguel. He's just going to get bailed out with
Oh yeah.
flop nuts.
Seems to be a piece of shit.
Easy game.
Little brick on a turn, too.
Nice and clean.
He's gotten more. I mean, probably.
Danny is going to go ahead and
Shit, no matter what.
put together a bet here.
He's younger. He could back it up. Really
That's
good.
400, goes a little less than half pot.
I assume he's trying to get value out of some sort of flush draw. Miguel's still playing it slow. Puts in the call again.
45 minutes. I mean, I'm serious.
Now it does put a 4-liner out there. But again, Miguel.
That's going to cause Danny to just check it back.
I'm not kidding.
Danny's going to go, thank God that 10 hit the river.
Yeah, that saved him.
An offsuit brick, he was going to go for value.
Yeah, that definitely did save him. Because that could have got really bad.
I love Lynn from Michigan. He's great, don't get me wrong.
He went first round.
He went man.
Yeah, I was like, Tyler Ward, I thought should have been the first tight end, right?
I mean, it depends where you look. Where Loveland's a way better receiver, but he's not a blocker. So, like, he's basically a receiver that, like,
They could just
call
line
tight
up in the
end.
slot, basically.
I mean, he's big and physical, so, like, you can't, like, guard him with, like, a corner or something. You know, like, he's not going to block for you.
Like a-
That's exactly.
No blockers.
Yeah.
But, like, I think there was overreaction, like, Brock Bowers, like, last year, which I said before I said that kid is going to be the pick of the fucking draft. I said it before last year. But Brock Bowers is different. He blocks. He runs routes better than I've ever seen. Like, look how bad
Man.
Carson Beck looked without.
Flop nut flush for Danny. We're seeing some massive flops.
Yeah, we are.
He
And
had-
Todd also
he
has the
didn't have
Queen
it.
of Hearts,
That's the
too.
biggest
This is
difference.
bad.
I mean, that's just like, it's kind of amazing.
Oh my god. I think it's worse.
Yeah, but like,
Turning
Love when
top
these
pair
rock bowers.
is
He
Todd.
was the kid from Penn State.
I mean, Tyler Warren?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's no rock bowers.
Oh, yeah.
They're both the tight ends.
I feel like, I don't think, like, the...
Todd throwing out a blocker bet here.
Just, like, not disposable, but
Dang,
just,
yes.
like... It's like, you
Throwing
get
the
like, a
raise.
good one, like Kelsey or, like,
Go
Brock Bowers.
small.
They're just insane.
Gets called by Todd. Nothing going Todd's way tonight. Just nasty runouts.
The tag is
Been a brutal night for him.
Really?
100%.
Isn't that insane? Think about how many like good timings there are.
Yeah. That's...
I don't have to be so jealous when we go.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of, like, good tight ends, like Brock Bowers, and then you have same with Porta, Travis Kelsey, and then
George Kittle.
yeah, George Kittle.
Raised to 400.
Other than Brock Powers, though, all those guys had games last year where they fucking disappeared.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's like they weren't on the field.
I call 400.
like, there's no like,
Kelsey at one point, like he was on the like he
He
was
was bad in the
dominant.
first, like,
But like every one of those guys last year had fucking I know because like I'm in a ton of basketball leagues and shit. Like they would have these weeks where they did nothing. Like Kittle would have 3 touchdowns in one fucking week and not catch a ball in the next game. It's fucking crazy.
Kyle Pitts, man. That guy's always
dude,
disappointment.
I've drafted Kyle Pitts like 3 times in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
You're just like, ooh. Good player to pick up and just always just sucks.
Carson ever invites you to join his league, I'd say yes.
Raised 150. Call 4-4, 4-6. 4-9. We got 30 players.
Danny just flopping a flush again. Second time in just a few hands. Nobody else improving though. Todd with just a pair of 7s. And the ace falls. He's going to get no action with his flush. Just
I never fucking flopped. I flopped not the nut flush that time, but another fucking flush.
Alright, guys, that's gonna be it for me. Yeah, I
Can't
got
complain, but
No, I'm not complaining.
no, I said I can, but that is what I run you at.
still got nothing.
He's based on what I've seen.
Yeah, no, it's not a normal occurrence.
You're running like,
Where's the bomb over here?
And it seems to be like, I don't know, I certainly ran good, but I don't feel like I was that many pots. Big pots. It's more like,
Was Bumpy in there?
double board PLO bomb pot, as the players have been doing on every dealer change so far tonight. We'll be on again. So off to 2 runouts. Everybody in for 50 apiece.
Good?
check 6, check 7.
Or whatever.
George did flop top set down bottom. Carson middle set up top. Let's see how the action plays out. Looks like George did fire a full pot-sized bet out.
16 from the 6.
When action gets to Carson, he's going to raise it up. It looks like everybody clears out except for Carson and George.
Try to get there. Thank you.
So Carson's got flush draw to go, flush draw on bottom to go with his set up top. Now Carson fills up top. Still very likely to head off to a chop, but we'll see. That remains the case. Watch Carson fire out 2,500 on the turn. Let's see what George wants to do with his aces. So they remain the nuts down low. And we just hear him repot it.
75 and 38. What is it? 10-7. Or 10.
11,300.
We're all in, right? I might be. I'm ahead one, but I might be fucking the other. That's a bad card.
Wow.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Say, wow, indeed. Carson did river a set down bottom. That's not the way he needed to improve to scoop this thing.
On that one, that'd have been sweet titty. Yeah. It's so good. When
George
I
was live to hit an ace or a king up top to scoop, assuming he holds down low.
That's annoying.
But in the end, biggest pot of the night is just a boring old chop. Could have gotten crazy.
That keeps 5-1, like $150
Crazy, this bump pot that game. Get the big It'll be the 50.
I did not want to see the ace king deuce.
They were actually 3. 150 for 6, roll 7, hold 8. Hold 9, hold 1.
A couple of players with king, queen. And then Danny closing the action with the 5 deuce suited.
Check 2.
And the king, queens remain in the lead. Carson firing out the continuation bet. Todd putting in the call with the overcards. Both players still with just queen high. Todd with the power position. Gets to bluff at it, take it down.
Thank you.
So aggression paying yet again. That time to Todd's benefit. So far, no action for Todd. I feel like it's Dave. Dave will defend pretty wide here. 7-5 offsuit.
How much do you think
C-bet.
Nico, whatever his
Easy
name is,
takedown.
screwed himself by going from Tennessee to UCLA? How is that going to affect him with pros? Nico Alamiev or whatever it is.
I just thought of Lakers.
He lost money.
Well, I know
He's on
that.
a worse offense with a worse coaching staff, with worse publicity, with worse everything.
Well, I'm just asking about how do you think it's going to affect his pro status?
Oh, I don't think it affects it at all.
At all.
They'll evaluate him as an doesn't make any difference, right? Like,
Well, I mean, yeah, especially with the taxes
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's California is like
yeah, it's
really
terrible.
screwed.
NIL, like, cut yourself in half. Just terrible advice. Don't play his hand.
So, do college players starting into having agents?
Yeah.
Is basically what's the problem that they're having?
There needs to be a salary cap. There needs to be like
That's right, I say, like,
contracts.
if you're making that kind of money, you should have an agent. Like, you should
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you want to call an agent, whatever, a
Got your
manager,
fucking
like,
cousin who thinks he knows best. Telling you that, oh, dog, I heard you get $4 million. Let me pull myself out of debt as me.
Yeah, did they ever disclose how much? 7.5.
Yeah, it's around $4 million. How much he's getting? 1.7.
And that's without that's before taxes from California, because
California.
Tennessee is state.
So you really,
State income
so
tax.
that's what you were saying. You really screwed yourself. I see. Yeah,
Screw
that
himself
makes
in every single month.
Yeah, I mean that's when you get too greedy. You gotta be careful sometimes. You know? I don't know.
But I don't know if does that reflect kind of like a Shador type?
I think they'll definitely talk about it, right? But I also think that in this case they understand that he just got bad advice,
Yeah.
right? Maybe he learns that lesson.
I think that's fine.
one thing's for
If
sure, Shador should have went back to be making more money this year.
Yeah.
Way more. Like, it's not even like fucking close. It's way more.
So he got redshirted his first year. Was he a senior?
Check it out. Shador wasn't thinking.
Wow. Running quads for Todd.
If he didn't get redshirted, then he was a senior.
Checked hoping Danny would bluff at it or bet the value with a 10.
But if he got redshirted, then he would be
No
redshirt
luck.
junior in a draft.
Better flop.
Oof.
I just don't know. He was in Jackson State first.
Yeah, I don't, because didn't him and Hunter come out the same, yeah, but Hunter definitely came back, they said. He wasn't a redshirt at it.
Yeah. So I think they both were seniors then.
They were seniors. 2 years at Jackson State, 2 years at Colorado.
I didn't know how long they were at Jackson State.
Does Jackson State count?
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking, what was the other state these days?
I mean, there was some guys during COVID that almost got like 8 years worth of eligibility.
Right.
Because
So you see those like 26-year-old seniors. What the fuck?
Check.
Guy went to fucking be an Army Ranger for 4 years and came back and played football.
Check.
300.
Things are quieting down on the table of the pot. Starting to brew. Johannes with the flush draw. Putting in the raise. A good timed check raise from Johannes. Saying good timed and Johannes in the same sentence. Haven't been able to do so tonight.
Yeah, they're legit.
Nice to see it work out for once.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know how that's possible.
Every other time he's made a move, it's been pretty much
I think everybody got an exemption year.
blowing up in his
They
face.
do a medical redshirt year, and then they'll do a regular redshirt year.
I don't think it was.
I didn't see it, but I definitely saw it.
150 from the 4. 13.
Wow, ace king versus ace king here. So the 3-bet went in. Everybody quieted down for a minute. George ripped in the 4-bet, and Carson puts in the call. Both these players very deep as they go off to a king-high flop. And they go check-check. Both under-repping the strength of their hand right now. You see the big bet and call. And a clean tray of diamonds river. Be surprised if they don't get it all in here. George checks it over. That's going to be a value bet. A non-all-in size. Near pot size bet. 8K from Carson.
Pocket 10, Carson. King 10, ace king.
George naming off the hands it could be. Included pocket 10s, which does make sense given the flop checks. And then Carson taking control on the turn. George does come to the call, just never going to let it go at how strong his hand is.
You can stop bringing it in. Hope you don't mind me slowing you up.
The mini slow roll from George there. In a chop pot. Not something you're going to do when you're beating your opponent, but...
Two, you both play the biggest pots of the night that are just
That's a little chuckle.
right.
George out flops Danny here. Top pair. Min bet 50 thrown in. Danny put in the call with ace high.
Yeah, so you bet like 4, so you bet call the king queen. I'm like, fuck, that limits his value to ace king, king 10, or bluffs.
Small blind still 10 as well.
Race will take it to 2. 6, 7, 8.
And Danny opened. Looks like George going to be the only caller. Wait to see what George is holding. Suited connectors. Fluffs 2 pair. Checks it over, hoping to see the C bet, but it doesn't come. Danny checks back his king high. George leads on the turn. Turned a flush draw to go with that 2 pairs. Really salivating at the strength of his hand, but gets no action. Danny quickly lets it go.
Now we'll show stats after this hand. Do want to also give you an update. We have hit the end of registration for flight number 4. 141 entries in the field tonight, with 2 more flights left to go tomorrow. So 15 players will advance out of this flight tonight.
God, there's a lot of players drafted from Georgia.
Yeah, it's like they have a whole roster that's being drafted.
That gives us in total 565 entries, and if my numbers are right, the prize pool is sitting at a little over 183,000. So we will definitely crush that guarantee tomorrow.
How you gonna do next year? I'm like, well, we lost 7 of our offensive linemen got drafted.
And that was one, 7 of them.
Yeah,
Really
7
7
of
of
them.
them?
It was
It's
7
like,
of
how do you backups?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
It's just insane.
backups got drafted. I don't think the offensive line's gonna be that good personally. We also lost our starting quarterback, our starting running back.
And your head coach left, which
Yeah,
I think either knew he was going to get in trouble or just like, okay, yeah, I'm stuck with my time here is done.
All right, so also I do believe we will be ending the live stream tonight at 11 o'clock, so a little after 11:15 tonight,
I went to school there.
which that's okay. we're okay with. We've had some good action on this table.
Sounded like one or two of them specifically. I know George stated he's got to go on time.
Yeah, I think Todd mentioned that he was leaving too as well. So yeah, we are gonna.
Maybe they'll continue upstairs.
Yeah, maybe.
Bump it down to a 5-10, get some more players in. Who knows?
So I did my undergrad there and did my postgrad at Michigan.
And Miguel. That's 450, and Todd letting it go.
I haven't done it.
Oh yeah, stats. I don't think I showed that yet.
What stats?
No, 14 years last time I did.
There's the earnings. Yeah, wow, man, how things have kind of turned for Miguel. He's still up, but not nearly as much as he was. Danny up, George up a little bit, Paul's up a little bit, Carson even. Johannes and Dave are a little stuck, and yeah, a tough night for Todd as far as being stuck for him. And quick look at the
Well, I love
BPIPs.
the job, I just like
45% for Todd, George 30%. That's the way things look. As we got about 45 minutes or so left in the live stream. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us.
I had a master's degree. I was making $39,000. I mean, it was 14 years ago.
I went to economics. My degree was in economics. So tell me, I don't know if I should have gone to school.
I honestly, I have been real. One thing I cannot do.
Dave checking it over.
Just know what you're gonna go and do. I don't think.
Probably gonna see Dave fire on the turn.
You have to be. I mean, obviously.
I'm waiting for the river to get some value.
I don't know. I think you should have like a good sense of what you want.
Yeah, like taking a gap year or something like that, or.
Yeah, you shouldn't just go around and study.
Yeah.
You need to be the type for it.
Let's see. Danny gave it some thought. Wouldn't expect top pair to check twice.
I still think
Maybe. Dave almost got looked up.
it's generally good if you're the first one.
Said we see the tens
I mean, there are very few people that basically do what you do.
going back into the muck.
I mean, that's true.
That's true for any like business around your own. Like, you know, that is very, very. You requires a lot of discipline, nothing reach. A lot of people don't have it. You need like big infrastructure.
But the truth is, you should, like, if I was giving advice to a person, you should do all your fucking undergrad stuff
But still have a job.
No,
At
I'm talking
community
about-
college.
At community
Oh,
college.
Absolutely, that's
Because
right.
once you transfer, it doesn't, like,
Oh,
it's the
yeah.
fucking same thing. Like, so you should do all that stuff. Like, don't actually be paying for the first 2 years of college in a regular college.
I
You're
went-
paying for the experience of going there.
Yeah, I went to community college working, and they paid me a bunch of money to go there.
Yeah, like I said, community college is by far the way to go.
And it's like,
You save so much money, you get the exact same credits, and like I said, your degree is going to be the same thing because you're going to transfer to a, you know, a school.
That's good in Germany.
Yeah, we don't have that luxury. I'm still paying the student loans.
Johannes, rare bright spot, out flopping George. Queen 10, hitting top pair against Queen Jack. Keeps checking to George, hoping he'll stab at it. George never does, not even on the river here with just Queen High. Thought it might work on the end.
You gave me a walk every time, so I was really going to give you credit for your raise, and I looked down at a fucking real hand. Yeah, like that. I was like, I'm gonna give him credit. And I looked at a fucking.
You're George there, saying. Johannes played pretty passive most of the night. Kind of seeing what we're all seeing, watching at home. Loaded pot, given the hamstrings. Everybody sitting here with no pair.
It was perfectly good time.
Ace, king, deuce. Now ace on the turn. See who wants to stab at it. Looks like Miguel's going to do it.
Hit the 3 and it hit the top of the bar. Not even the top of the board. So it's so far
Take it down. A little bluff from Miguel.
Wow.
It must be like so like.
I hope they come out with another YouTube video of their days there.
Do you want to bet Lakers versus Rockets future right now if it happens?
You want to take the Lakers and you want the Rockets if they impact each other.
And we can wait until the lines come out or whatever. But I think Rockets.
So I pick the Lakers. I don't like them.
Miguel put in the defend with the suited queen. Dave open from early position. Everybody giving Dave a lot of respect.
Yeah, I don't think two is good. I think they get pretty exposed.
Miguel probably just getting the right price to put in the call. Don't think much you can do with just backdoors here. As Dave fires out the c-bet after flopping top 2. Dave hoping to get some action. Not gonna get much.
No. I'm a Houston fan.
I know, but I'm not a Lakers fan. I like Luka, but I'm not.
I'll happily take the Thunder against Houston.
No.
You want to bet it first?
I don't know shit about basketball. Everybody talks about the Thunder. I don't.
They're fucking the truth, bro.
Yeah, like I said, I've heard all the people say it, on TV. And I'm like,
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's true.
Of course they have to prove it.
Yeah, of course I want to see them beat Houston, but I absolutely think they will beat Houston.
I wouldn't fucking LeBron.
I hate it. The older it gets, the more annoying because
Another flopped flush. This time Carson gets it. Again, nobody. Much of anything in this hand.
just chilling there on defense, just kind of taking a coffee break. Nobody says anything.
So we see no value go Carson's way. Flop a monster. Seen it happen a couple times tonight.
You know it's a bad sign? When he broke the points record, Anthony Davis didn't stand up. That means he has no respect for LeBron. Like, everybody came up, said something to him. Anthony Davis is sitting in his fucking chair. That means he has no respect for LeBron.
They're actually really tight.
Why would he stay sitting in his chair?
They're actually, I mean, if you look at the Olympic footage and stuff, they're super tight.
That night they were. Even he was asked about it, and he just blew off the question. Like, he didn't even be like, oh, that's silly or anything like that. I fucking hate it when him and LeBron and Stephen A got into it. I can't say any fucking one of them.
Oh man.
I was like, fuck me. I can't pick a side in this one.
Can you both lose?
The application was bad enough, but then when Stephen A. Smith said after that was just so horrible.
You could also be Shannon Sharp at Sixers.
Yeah.
Know that your life's okay. Shannon Sharp is getting fucking run through the butter.
I knew he took a break. Did he leave?
See, Miguel put in a small 3-bet from the button. 3xing Todd's open. Which gets called by Todd.
He was making a lot of checks in the pockets. I don't know if he's still making
Just bottom pair for Todd here.
Pat Williams strong.
So watch Miguel
Set of Kings Miguel.
filling a small bet. Todd gets there on the turn after calling that small continuation bet.
Pat Williams.
Hitting aces up.
I mean, I believe it. I mean,
And Miguel put in a
I think to be
pretty hefty bet on the turn,
really.
which Todd does put in the call for. Go to a jack on the river. Todd bets tiny.
I'm trying to think of the words. 'Cause, you can't
400 is going to get looked up. Miguel's going to get the bad news. Something we haven't seen much of tonight. A big pot going Todd's way, and Miguel losing it.
He'd be like a textbook genius that's just like awkward and stuff like that. But like a
Yeah, but like, I'm talking about IQ-wise, they say
Yeah.
it's an actual genius.
So much needed right spot for Todd there.
By me betting the river. You're firing.
I mean, I would believe it. I mean,
All right, guys. So just a heads up, live stream will actually go till midnight tonight. So they changed their minds.
You slow rolled us like George did.
Yeah.
should, but
Yeah. So
podcasts I've seen them on.
yeah, we'll go to midnight tonight. So a little after 12:15 for the live stream.
You saw the, that's what you're talking about?
So bonus live stream action.
Yeah. Staying away from the white women. Did you see that, Georgie? Yeah, Cat Williams went nuts on him like about a year ago or so. It was on his Shay Shay podcast. Cat Williams was like, stay away from the white women. They will get you. Like, even if you think they like you, they will get you. Like, look at it on YouTube. And like, sure as shit. That's
So if you are enjoying Todd's rant, you got an extra hour of it.
Cat Williams predicted that. Cat Williams predicted Diddy. Like,
Right, so he
Cat Williams is
definitely
like
predicted
fucking like speaking truth in his own form. Like, that guy is so funny. He's so funny. Yeah.
Trips for Todd. See if he can start building some momentum. He's got a shot as Dave's going to stab at it.
What's their last name?
Todd just smooth called, checked it over, but Dave not taking the bait or betting again. Just like last hand, Todd's going to lead real small in the river with a made hand. Hope to get looked up light. It's pretty similar. Was his only chance of getting max value. This time, though, Dave doesn't fall for it. Just lets it go. That's back-to-back pots for Todd. Obviously, still a long way to go. But hey, we'll take it. Danny got to open up things with jacks. Only Johannes in here with a smaller pocket pair and fives. 9-9 deuce flop. Danny c-betting small. Johannes can't fold for that price. He puts in the call. We see a 10 on the turn. Completes the rainbow. Danny checks it back. Gets a boost of confidence. Goes from praying his opponent doesn't have a 9 to praying he does. He fills up on the river. After firing out about a 60% pot bet, Johannes pondering it. Only problem is King Queen came in, and King Jack Ace Jack. A lot of the checkbacks did get there.
Yeah, too many cards connected there on that river.
So I see Danny not get any more value out of Johannes' fives, even though he was thinking about it for a minute.
Now Dave has the pocket jacks. Paul ace-4 suited. Mystery hand for Johannes and the muck. George with 9-8 suited, so 3 players to the flop. King 9 Trey. George hits a 9, but the jacks are still in the lead.
Jack on the river, just insult to injury. Paul's ace. No kicker. Good enough to take this thing down. Nice little pot going Paul's way. Should comfortably put him on the plus side of things.
Oh, no, he started out. I got it.
Yep, so let's go ahead and take a look at the stats now.
I don't know what the other side of the table said they want.
As we got an hour left.
What? Playing till 12?
Hour and a half left, right?
The game keeps going up with.
Yeah, hour and a half, yep.
All right, then tell country we're going to
See,
go.
Todd leading the VPIP wars. Far and away
There we go.
in a league of his own.
Worst case, we're at least six-handed.
And once the hand closes out, we'll show the earnings.
Where Todd is not far and away leading, unfortunately.
Don would.
Don's here. He's here, yeah.
Don doesn't normally stay late. He leaves 11.
Right, he leaves at 11.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so once the hand closes out here, we'll show the earnings.
Look, I just want a hand I can fold.
All right, there's a look at the earnings. Miguel, yeah, up the most still. Danny's up quite a bit. Paul's up a bit. Carson and George are even. And Johannes, Dave, and Todd are most stuck.
Yeah, Todd dug out a little bit in the last 30 minutes.
He did.
It was definitely a worse number last time around. Still a ways to go. Still a ways to go. Well, we arrive all the way to the river. No bet's been thrown out yet. Check. George has got half this thing with a straight on the bottom. It's a paired board, not none straight. Wasn't worth stabbing at. Danny's queen 8 for 2 pairs, best up top. Nobody proud of their hand in this one. We've seen a lot of doozies in the bomb pot. This is our first whiff tonight's stream.
Very happy.
You okay with that?
I just wanted to fold my hand.
I know that about the group. Todd, I believe you have front. I do.
You'll be 25, you'll be 15 again.
Yours.
Yep.
I just had it.
Yours, but if you're leaving, you won't get a chance to see.
I'm gonna leave right after that. Well, I have to pay rent then, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's probably
Indirectly.
Indirectly.
Pull 2, pull 3, pull 4, raise 156.
I have to pay, right?
Pull
So
7.
you guys-
But if you win the hand,
If you win the
Pull 8,
hand,
pull 9.
If you win the
you
hand,
lose the hand, you don't like whoever won it pays away.
That's
That's what I'm saying. Heads up.
I can't really do.
you can only lose $50.
Actually, I'm
It's
not
not true. You can stack it.
Yeah, that's true. I just realized you got true.
Let the kid roll with it.
It's win-win.
It's like max I can lose.
Talking to yourself again. That's the dialogue.
Boring, man.
I get that.
I have one rule.
Don't bluff Miguel.
Don't talk to yourself. You're not gonna say?
You have more than one.
Yeah, what's
You
the
have
rule,
one rule
Carson?
and now you're not going to say what?
I'm not gonna say it.
You just left us on the cliff.
Thank you for letting us know, Carson. You got
One rule. Well, my number one rule. Number one rule.
Yeah,
But
it's
that's
better. Number one.
what do we got? What do we got?
600 C9.
Mel Kiper is blowing a gasket about Shador. He's in love with him.
Re-raise. 1600.
No more button steals out of you, Johan.
What? What did you say? No more
No more button steals. Like, you raise the button.
Don't buy
No, these two.
The Jags gonna pick him
Say
and
you
be fucking
go
Trevor
with
Lawrence's
it.
backup
Four bet.
and be with Travis
That
Hunter
would be so bad.
and be with Travis Hunter in Jacksonville.
bad.
Please don't pick him. Please don't do it. Please don't pick him. Please don't do it.
Honestly, it would be a Jaguars to pick. How can you screw this draft up by doing that?
Nope.
Sorry. What? We need offensive line.
You need a line.
Queens.
Did the Jack do it? Oh,
So bad.
Well, the Browns are back up. All right, heads up here to this flop. 9-5-4 flop, so a 9 for Dave. Dave is going to bet 200 here. Yeah, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 10:25 live stream. So we'll go to midnight tonight. And yeah, for those keeping track, again, earlier today, flight number 369 entries in that flight. And for flight number 4 tonight, 141 entries. So pretty good. We're oh so close to meeting that guarantee. I wonder if there's any update as far as a stack count here as far as flight number 3 goes. Let's see. Yeah, Joey Burns, your chip leader from flight number 3, 638,000 in his chip stack. Andrew DeFeo, who we've seen on a couple final tables of our live stream. Not too far behind for him, 589,000 for his chip count. Michael Roth at 539,000, seen that number before as well. Nicholas Myers, 400K in his stack.
We're in the 4th round, right?
No, it's only second and third.
Let's see if there's any other notable names to bring up here. Oh, Miss Brenda. Miss Brenda making it out of the flight. 151,000 for her chip count. And yeah, I think that's most of the names that I see here. Well, Andrew Cook at 189,000 for him. So some notable names from that flight number 3.
That's where like the first and second rounds are like, okay, like those are your top tier talent that's going to get drafted anyways. But like 3 through 7 is where like it really shows to a franchise.
I'm really rooting for that Florida, the big Florida guy to get drafted.
Oh, this tackle? Yeah.
Oh, that's
I still get why he wouldn't. He's fast for as big as he is.
Yeah, and like it's just like a huge body that you can like. You're gonna be like it has so much potential. Like
It's not only refrigerator repair, you're just fucking real athletic.
and too like even if he's super fat, like he's gonna clog up the middle. Good luck moving him.
Rams, maybe the Rams thing.
Yeah, I was thinking
makes
Rams
sense.
picked him in the third, but or in the second round. Fold. Raise 200. Fold 1. 2, 3. But weird spot. Invest in them. Guaranteed. Everybody gonna skip out on it. It's crazy. Guaranteed cans.
Let's see. A couple other updates from flight number 2 from last night. Who all made it out of there. Tyler Chen, your overall chip count leader, 506,000 for him. Danny, here watching on the live stream tonight, bagged with 380K in his chip count. Carlos also in there, who you've seen on our live stream before, 210,000 for him. Wendy Lou, short stack for her, but she did make it out of flight number 2 for her, so congrats.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, definitely some recognizable names as far as who is making it into the final day on Sunday for event 1.
They got rid of Cooper Cup, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, see Dave 3-betting Paul with Ace King.
Sam Darnold.
Paul just flat calls. Little under rep.
There's a queen. Queen 5-6. Dave with the 6.
The bailout.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just
Oh my god.
Absolutely dominate.
And
Oh!
an ace for Paul.
All right, Dave gonna rep that ace.
Hey, Michigan. That's
3 bets pre-flop.
What is that? What position is that?
He's an edge rusher. He's played mostly, he's D-line. Like, he's not dropping back.
Wow, that's stacking up. That's gonna be a
Dave is going to rep it. That's 1,000 here.
And he's basically trying to rep the hand that Paul has. Not gonna end well.
5 on the river.
The second or defense lineman won. That's 3 defense linemen taken in the first 2 rounds. And Ohio State's plan was to run the ball on us.
yeah.
We literally had a safety playing corner in that game because we were so injured. Ohio State just stacked the receiver, and they're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to fucking run them over like they did us. Didn't work. Didn't work.
Did not work.
It's like they were trying to lose the game today.
I don't understand. Like,
Yeah. As a Buckeye
We
fan,
had
yeah,
a safety
it was
playing
bad.
corner for the first time.
I definitely
in
did
that
not
game.
understand their game
I
plan
understand
against
that, like,
Michigan. That
At least they tried.
Before they won the national championship,
Sure,
they
yeah.
was in the hot seat to lose to Michigan. But since they won it, it's cooled down a little bit. But like they lose to Michigan again with a stacked team. Like when does that actually start? See become hot?
Like I said, their idea, it was Chip Kelly lost him, man, because he was calling plays. He literally just tried to keep running up the middle against us. You can't do that against Michigan. Not with, we had 2 guys go in the top 15 for defensive line.
Gotta make your money somehow.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Fold 3, fold 4, fold 6.
Yeah, looking.
Fold 7. Fold an 8. Option. Raise 300.
Pocket jacks for George, taking it down pre.
Watch that game.
Nobody wanted to combat him since he seemed a little,
Right.
worked up there.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you can have this one, man. Feel bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He had a safety playing corner for the first time in his entire career at Michigan. Think about it. He never lined up at corner. They had more runs than passes.
And they had Jeremiah Smith as the second receiver, and they had another. They had a
Jeremiah
first
Smith
round.
was their first
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I know the guy got
First
drafted really
round,
high,
yeah.
but if he came out this year, he'd have been a first round pick.
All right. Carson George heads up, both in conversation in this hand. Comes down ace high. George's jack kicker very much in the lead. Stays that way on the king turn.
575.
Carson continuing to bet after George checks to him though. pot-sized bet here on the turn.
That was a hero fold and a half.
George folding the better hand here.
I was folding to a raise.
Well, I probably had the best. You wouldn't be pulling the better hand than mine to a raise.
I was value bluffing.
Like I said, hero fold and a half.
Well, it's a good thing Carson's gang comes out in the YouTube chat just in time to see him win a pot he probably shouldn't have.
We're value bluffing.
Rare mistake by George.
So that goes check on the river. Let you
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going check.
He goes with his gut.
That is check, by the way. It wasn't
Yeah.
like.
Gut just happened to be wrong that go round.
They're the ones that did it, not
Yeah,
me.
no others went off the board before the tour.
That's insane.
It's actually a really good pick by Seattle.
Seattle, yeah, I like it. Sneaky good.
I don't think. I mean,
He can play other positions besides quarterback too. He can play in different schemes and
Yeah,
stuff.
players are on a delay
I mean, he
and
can be a
wait till they see what happens in about 10-15 minutes their time.
He's a fucking
If they thought that one was funny, excited to see their reaction on the next one.
I don't think you can read the defense.
206. We're live. Full race 200, C9, gold 1. Gold 2. Double your go yesterday. That's good.
Players were watching the games in the draft. So thanks to all of you tuning in, watching us here on the live stream. Appreciate you hanging out, liking, subscribing, commenting, viewing, all the good stuff.
150 raise, full weight, calling nuts.
So players did elect to play for an extra hour, so we'll be going to about 12:15 here on the East Coast. Hope to catch some big pots that brew up before the end of the night. So we watch Todd steal one away with his just queen high, bluffing at it, chipping away. It's what's been a rather detrimental night. Early on, Todd ran into bad situation after bad situation. Could not get anything going. Couldn't avoid disaster a couple of times. Been stuck ever since.
Going to be good, number one, but
Vegas had him at minus 300 at one point.
oh really?
Yeah. So, minus 300. Because the guy who went first was plus 5 to 1. Ward.
Those weren't the odds when it closed.
No, fuck. Worse.
No,
He was
no.
minus, I heard like 10,000.
Yeah,
Yeah,
crazy.
something crazy. I'm talking about at one point. Like, he was 5 to 1 at his highest.
I mean, they say they're like had Cam Ward been in last year's draft, would be the 6th quarterback off the board. So it's just all about the distribution for the year, right? And look, a guy who actually played his cards right. Like started out at a really small school, went to whatever Washington State or wherever he was at, wherever he played before that, and then played one final year in Miami and then won it. Got NL money to go to Miami.
And Shador waited a year to be the one pick.
And now he's Mel Kiper's right now. He's losing his mind. Mel Kiper's was saying yesterday that he's a generational talent, and that like everyone's making a huge mistake by not drafting him. And then he wants to be on the record forever when he comes back and watch Shador be an all-pro player, and everyone's gonna have to eat crow.
Well, Mel Kiper can't say that because he said, and I quote, "If Jimmy Clausen is not an NFL
how much
All-Star,
shit that Mel Kiper
I
said over the
will
years?
quit doing draft analysts."
That's why there's Mad
He didn't
Bell
quit.
on
As far as I know, Jimmy Clausen was not an NFL All-Star. He said
He's
this kid is can't miss product. He said that at the draft day, by the way. It wasn't like it was early on.
See how Chewy's paying any attention. Not very much.
It'd be really crazy if one of the other, Will Campbell comes off the board before him, or
What's the Syracuse guy?
Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
Also a high stick. If one of those guys like that is crazy.
Wow, predicting the future. Ace-10. Gonna raise it up.
Mr. Irrelevant would be.
Standard 3x size.
That means I think Kyle McCord took a bad break at Ohio State. Like, why they wanted him out so bad, I have no idea. They almost beat Michigan.
Play
and
along
Michigan.
a mystery format with Dave's hand. You may never know as
His numbers in Syracuse or whatever.
Todd finds an easy big 3-bet
I
ace
don't
king.
know why they wanted to get rid of Kyle McCord so bad.
Oh, Dave putting in the call though. So we're gonna play along with Dave's mystery hand here.
Like,
Yeah,
when,
like I said,
when the
Flop comes down Queen, Queen, 6.
because I watched that Miami Syracuse game, I was like, what in the world was how was Miami or how is Syracuse about to beat Miami? And I was like, oh, I can't.
Tom throws out the small C bet. Dave's just gotta let it go. Todd drags another pot, another 1,000 in profit on that hand. So again, just keeps chipping away. If you could find a way to get unstuck on this session somehow, it'd be a miraculous comeback.
Not too often, at least.
Set me up. All your fault, personally.
Hold 2, hold 3, hold 4. I'll take it. Hold 6. Hold 7. Thanks for nothing. Thanks, I appreciate that.
So we see George taking a walk in the third blind, like he referenced not too long ago. Johannes pretty consistently letting him take one.
Take the highest.
There we see it happen again.
So you're like my girlfriend. The reactions shows big something so. You just have me react like someone was attacking us.
Great, it's 150. Hold 7.
That's what Johannes does.
Hold 8.
One of my favorite things about my wife is, I think it's adorable. She laughs at like a laugh track. Like she like whatever the dumb jokes are on like a show, she thinks they're actually funny.
The little things about
Pot could have exploded into more than it is. Saw George elect not to 3-bet ace queen. However, after queen on the turn, George keeps checking. Carson firing another bet. Carson was the pre-flop raiser, C-bet the flop, and George checked it over, trying to let Carson fire again on the river. Carson does not. I heard George groan a little bit. Carson checked it back. I was hoping to see one more bet, but not to be. Still, might kick yourself for not betting for value when you have a hand like that, but in George's spot, if he bets river, Carson probably just folds, so opening the door for your opponent to bluff is sometimes the most profitable play. Well, not bluffing here. Todd pocket aces. Danny calling with an ace of his own. Ace jack in the third blind. Flops a pair. It comes down queen jack deuce. Todd c-betting small. Danny can't go anywhere with that for that price with this hand. Turn 8. Todd continuing the small bet size. Danny continuing to call. Catch a brick on the river. Todd betting 400. Can he extract 4 black chips from Danny here on the riv? Now Danny's really thinking it over. Might be the right price. Sure enough it is. Danny puts in the call. Todd getting to drag another nice sized pot with pocket aces. None of these pots have been massive, but small pot after small pot. Throwing a medium pot, all getting pushed Todd's way. We're seeing him climb out of that hole, slowly but surely.
Another quarterback.
Couldn't wait to see this.
We were waiting to see this. Yep.
God, that's awesome.
I watched
He was a
my
Heisman
game last year, yeah. He's
So-
super accurate.
Yeah, he's like Bo Nix, in my opinion.
Very much like
Are they showing him like? Oh my God, that's a lifetime, man.
No, I think they think the camera crews left.
Raise 150.
He's at his legendary party. That he said was his closing comments yesterday with all the people was like, tomorrow's the day. He's like, what's he gonna say at the end of today? Like,
I don't think he thinks it is.
Yeah. So
Tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow. Well, guess what? Tomorrow might also be the day. Of course, everyone talk about Shadir Sanders. Not exactly going well for him.
In case you're watching this back in a week, he may have been signed by somebody, but as of right now, in real time, he just keeps on dropping.
Yep. Keeps on falling.
You know those awkward like 90s teenage movies where one by one somebody's getting picked at like the high school dance.
Oh, right, yeah,
and you're stuck on the main character who gets picked last.
Yep.
That is what's happening.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we're all in on. None of us were picked last. It's great.
Right.
Shador.
Yeah. Oh, good for him. I'll check around here. Well, 3 trays on the board now. I'll keep checking.
Johannes in the lead. The nut, no bode. Well, Johannes is going to chop it with Carson.
Yep. Hey, we all got quads.
Carson checks the nuts. Johannes is going to bet the nuts.
We all got quads.
Crazy. All right, Carson, just min-raise it one time.
Just for giggles. Yes. Yes.
Just over it, yeah. A little bit more, but yeah. Johannes just goes ahead and calls like, let's just. we already know what's happening.
I like how Kirk, like as soon as he saw them float, Kirk kind of is like, all right, chopping this up.
Like, yeah.
It's pretty good.
Quads v quads.
Yep.
Just not in a fun way.
No.
the 8-9 of diamonds, I still will never, like, that was the weirdest one. From you.
Todd's still reeling from that.
With Carson.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
No, Carson already wants Carson called. So, I mean, that was actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? Carson what? Carson's tonight guard.
At least money.
Raise 150.
His money, he was dead.
No,
It's been a couple hours. In case I missed it, Todd referencing time Johannes called the all-in, essentially, from Todd pre-flop with 8-9 of diamonds. Been playing quiet, tight, snug all night, and just decides to get it all in pre with 8-9. Kind of out of nowhere. Made Todd's head explode.
George was proposing
Little-
what was the weakest hand
Literal glitch in the
weird,
matrix, so to speak. Danny here with the Kings. Gonna take this one down.
Oh no, it was a crazy lineup. It was a 2-5 lineup. He's like,
alright, I'm gonna head out.
you were basically like, what's the weakest hand we get in pre?
All right, so it looks like we are ending, or a couple players are leaving now. But we are, again, keeping going until midnight as far as the stream itself goes. But there's a look at some stats here. Todd, yeah, again, top VPIP, 43%. George, 31%. Johannes, 15%. Paul, 19% as far as VPIPs go. As I see George and Johannes are both calling it a night.
They're out.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And then the earnings. Wow, yeah, that is the definition of being upstuck for Miguel.
And Miguel was up around 15K at one point,
At one
for context.
point, yeah.
That's
Sheesh.
a 10K off high point. It feels like a massive loss even though you're up on the night. Meanwhile, the other end of that spectrum, you got Todd. Only stuck 7K.
Yeah, Todd
He was
worked his
stuck-
way back up.
He was stuck 13 earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
we're getting there, you know? Made some headway.
All right, so here we go. King, queen, 9 top board, ace, king, 10 bottom.
Paul with the nuts up top for now. Then board pairs and board pairs. And has trip 10s down low to go to straight up top, but
Yeah.
shrivels up as Miguel fills up top.
Oh, wow, yeah, Miguel actually. Yeah, 9's full queens on the top board, and then Paul still has.
He's got a straight and trips. Probably gonna stick around for only 200. Can't face an insane amount of pushback, but can't quite fold yet.
Queen on the bottom and a 6 up top. Chop it up.
And Paul having a live jack down low, so he's got a straight on both boards. Probably not gonna fold. But we'll see. Does let it go.
Wow.
Miguel's been very inactive in the bomb pots, I would say.
Giving Miguel a lot of
credit there.
Amazing. It's not true.
See you, boys.
So, GG's George.
Be safe in your travels.
GG Johannes. 6 players remain. We head into the final hour.
Call to see if anybody wants to play.
So after a couple of departures, Dave looking down at ace king, happy to raise it up. Miguel, very defendable queen jack suited, puts in the call. Dave gets pretty nice flop ace high, and even more favorable turn when it comes down to king.
And he's sitting here telling me that he doesn't think it's that bad. That's calling off $2,500 Carson left to act like.
I don't think Carson plays it, but it's not.
I don't think he does either.
Just like,
Still going in about that. Jeez.
kind of whatever. What are you hoping for?
I missed that
Wow, 10 on the river from Miguel.
Pairs to that, and that's the problem.
Just hits the nuts.
Yeah.
Dave sitting here with top 2 pair.
Always have ace king or ace queen. That's not that bad. But you just don't always.
Could be disaster for Dave.
On the button, I call the raise and I have
Miguel leads out huge.
And you have
Overpot.
boards there that's
Right.
capable of.
Significantly overpot sized bet on the end.
So like Todd's gonna be trapping a little bit.
Normal size, Dave might have put in a raise now.
It was like
You can't love it. Don't know how he gets away from it though.
when he turned it over, he goes, I don't even know what I'm doing. He said out loud, I don't know what I'm doing. Like,
He found the fold.
Wow.
I thought I was losing both boards. Though. Like, once
He
I
found the
first
fold.
one out, I'm losing both boards.
Sick fold by Dave.
Yeah.
I don't know how he found it. Thought top 2 might be too strong. That's why I'm not at the table.
I definitely would have been, well, if you got it, you got it.
There would be a.
Fold 4, fold 6.
It would be the second time I was put in a tough spot. Not a tough spot. With exactly the A6 of diamonds with you. Because I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I do remember.
I 5 at rip when you back raised forward or something like that. I limp raised.
Wow, trips for Danny on this flop.
I remember the hand specifically.
Essentially flopping Dave and Miguel both dead.
A6.
Yeah. You have pocket 3s.
So they're officially drawing dead after the brick on the turn. And no value for Danny when he bets out. We started out the day. The first hour on stream was all Danny's. Let's see if the last hour can be his or somebody else's.
As we mentioned earlier, Danny,
Might be at the top.
one of those players that did bag and will be in the final day on Sunday.
I don't think so.
See if we'll see him back on the stream with the final table on Sunday for event 1.
Be a fun double dip
Would be.
on streams.
We also will see him tomorrow as well, potentially, in the 5-10 game tomorrow.
He could be a triple dipper.
Could be a triple dipper.
One of my favorite meals, actually.
The triple dipper, yeah.
I mean, oh yeah.
Queen 6-5 flop, a 6 for Miguel, a 5 for Carson, and a queen for Todd. Now we'll see a few of these players here tomorrow on this 5-10 game. Carson going to go ahead and put in the raise. 1,500, 1,800, excuse me.
Might be bad timing.
Yeah, not the most.
Although, let's assume Todd calls. He's not going to, but
he's not going to.
If you assume Todd calls, there's so many turn cards. You could rep any club, any straightening card. Like, I guess that's what Carson's plan is raise now and then apply pressure on any scare card, which there's a ton of, especially if you're holding one pair. Not often you're going to see Todd full top pair, but that was the spot.
Wow. So the draft officially over with rounds 2 and 3, and
we're on to tomorrow.
On to tomorrow. Shedeur Sanders still not selected.
Check.
Wow.
400.
Paul with a tray. Tray's full of 4s. Paul to take this one down. Trying to think the last time we've seen a drop for a prospect this significant. I don't think it's ever happened like this, right?
Not this much, I don't think. Crazy.
I mean, there's players that definitely took a fall, but not like this. Not being considered a top quarterback prospect and dropping past the 3rd round now.
Kind of absurd.
Yeah. All spade board here. King 5-4. Carson holding the ace. Well, let's go ahead and just give him the flush now.
Danny not even tempted in the slightest to make a move.
The nuts.
Yeah, Carson even tried to check a 2 on the river. Just really invited the bluff. But no. Danny resisted.
River to jack.
But yeah, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us and being with us for this live stream tonight. Again, tomorrow, flights 5 and 6, the 2 final flights for event 1, taking place noon and 6 for those respective start times. Also, 5-10 no limit hold'em game that we'll have tomorrow as well, starting at 4 o'clock. Again, you can always check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. It's all there on the website. And then, of course, final table action Sunday night for event 1. Mike, are you commentating that one? I think it's.
I'll be here.
I think it's you and Adonis that night.
It's the only way I know how to make a final table. So
fair enough.
I just keep signing up for them.
Yeah, I think it's you and Adonis that's gonna steer the ship Sunday night for that final table. And then Tuesday, we'll have the Run Good Ambassador event featured a final for that table. We'll start that when registration ends for that Ambassador event. Same with the women's event. We'll start when registration ends for that one. And then the next time you'll see another live stream after those two streams will be the final table on Sunday night for the main event. Just like that, the Run Good Poker Series will be in the books with Mission Run Good. Meanwhile, Miguel, king high in the lead, but he's going to let it go after Paul bets. But like I said, the tournament action won't stop after that. Again, make plans to be at Orange Park Memorial Day weekend for the Stars and Stripes multi-flight event. $200 buy-in, $50K guarantee for that tournament series. And then June 5th through the 15th, down at Best Bet St. Augustine, the Poker Atlas Tour making its return for year 2. So lots of tournaments happening over the next few months.
I love having tournaments in-house that time of year too.
Yeah.
World Series of Poker's kicking off. Just tournament fever's in the air. Not everybody can get away to Vegas, so
I was gonna say even
you know,
even
sneak
with
down the street.
Yeah, even with the WSOP going on and stuff like that and everything, that's still brings in quite a good field as far as
Let's say if
tournaments go.
If I'm live stream watching the series and I'm seeing stuff, I can't fly to Vegas for a week and play, but I can sneak somewhere for a day or two. So I understand the itch.
Todd with a little itch here too as he turned to straight and does get Dave to call him off here. So
Dave
Todd
looked him up super light, king
super
high.
light, yeah.
Another little pot going to Todd. Just keep chipping away, Todd. Yeah, very excited for some final table action in the next week and a half.
Yeah, just a lot of tournament action in general.
Love it.
With the featured final tables as well for the Ambassador event and the women's event.
Ladies event, man. All culminating in the main.
Johannes, we'd be at 250.
He is not going to let that go.
That's really good though, guys.
We're talking about how many hands have been dealt on stream so far. They're going for the record. Yeah, it's as tough as last week.
Do it without me and George at the table though. It won't happen. You need someone to speed it up.
George is like the only person who can make you tank.
Carson makes it. He puts me. I think he actually hurts me. See, for me, obviously I don't take this super serious. I know that he's better than me, so I try to learn and do what he's actually doing. Still want to fuck him up. Fuck him up right here.
Now, suited connector is a perfect hand to do it.
Yeah, it is.
Until Miguel ruins it.
You're talking, Miguel,
Come
why
on.
do you?
Because he has to. I mean, ace king.
Yeah, he's got ace king offsuit on the button. Has to.
Mandatory
Yeah.
3-bet. Especially six-handed now.
I wanted to do it.
So there we go, 3 players. Queen 9 tray.
Carson, the best hand with a pair of trays right now.
Trays, yeah.
Nobody's proud. Checks on through.
Now an 8 for Todd. His own continue checking around.
Todd stays best. See if anybody bluffs at it or not. Nope, we get to showdown and Todd drags another one. Just pot after pot going Todd's way. So we wind things down.
It gets me going.
For sure. The drink gets me going. God, ace king 1,000,000%. A gajillion% of the time.
It's a sick percentage.
1,000,000,000% of the time. No? Miguel? You're so slippery over there. Doesn't ever say anything, just sits back in the weeds and makes 10 to 12,000 every time he fucking comes out. It's like crazy money. Quiet, nice guy, Miguel.
Down for anything.
Meanwhile, Miguel stuck 10K off of his high point. Still up. Decent amount on the night, though.
It's the only downfall.
That's a serious downfall. That's a painful existence.
Miguel going. A little over full pot size bet. Last time you went with the overbet on the river, Dave found the fold. What's going to happen here? It's not a gross overbet, but still sizable nonetheless. Dave a top pair, weak kicker. His hands shrivel up facing this large of a size. He's going the other direction. He's going to jam. So now, in your eye, Miguel. What are you going to do facing a check raise? Looks super strong. Top pair of his own. Holding the jack of spades. Pretty key here, too. Removes the chances that Dave has something like 10 jack of spades, for example, but guess Miguel says that doesn't matter, puts it in the call. The right call it was. Dave drawing to a 6 for 2 runouts, doesn't hit it. Miguel gonna stack Dave here. Todd's head is exploding in real time. We're watching his head blow up.
No, I mean, that's what George plays the way he plays. Right. He wants to go flyway and he gets punched.
Like, I don't care if he catches punch like that. Like, Miguel catches his punch every fucking time he goes.
He's Devin Hester, man.
Yeah.
Just the best returner. He always catches it. He just
takes it to the house.
Fucking knit rolling his ass there, Miguel, too. On the way out, just knit rolling his ass, too. Are you ever folding?
I don't think he's played enough with Dave C.
I haven't really played. I mean, I don't think it was an easy call. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I'm calling.
There is no world where you're not calling.
Dave twitches a lot too. He doesn't understand that Dave twitches.
Dave's got the twitch in him for sure.
That was pretty quiet today. It's like all without 6
Yeah, like there's just some random shit that you just like we'll just get married to or something like that. Just like and just go bam.
He was literally about to when I had a sitting in a full house and he about always spazzed out completely when I made that $400 bet.
It's just like so unnecessary. It's insane.
Yeah, but I think
Grayson Button cut off the 6.
Thank you, Miguel, for at least giving me
But I think he sees like George do
$100
crazy shit or I do some crazy shit. It's like Dave's like I gotta do some crazy shit just so like people, and then he just like we'll do crazy shit with stuff that doesn't make any sense.
I agree. I still haven't figured it out. I've played a lot of hours.
He plays
Earlier, he left me in a big spot like I thought he was tighter.
That was a fun little behind-the-scenes breakdown from the guys. Loved hearing it.
Sometimes it just has the
Just good.
feelings inside of him. Just like he has to do something.
He's a field player, 1,000%. Like,
And so you kind of have to gauge where he's at. But if he's up, he'll be on high.
Lock him. I've seen that. That's really all I see.
So, like, he bought it for 10K?
Probably.
Yeah, like, he started with a lot more. Like, he started with a good bit. I didn't realize how much.
Bought 8K and shipped off the
Yeah.
9K total.
So when he gets kind of down or whatever, it's just kind of.
Paul turning gut shot straight. Neither player proud. I should continue check through to the river. Paul's going to stab at it. Targeting the exact kind of hand Carson has, getting a king high to let it go, and Carson does fold.
No, we all punted. Look at just rifled it off.
Nice little bluff from Paul there. Not a lot of highlights in Paul's reel tonight's stream. It's been a pretty quiet, boring night for him.
He plays, this is what he does, correct? I mean, yeah, that's
But he did quit his job.
He quit his job. You know? He's got some other money and stuff.
Well, we're five-handed and somehow 3 players with an ace. Paul's was best pre, and it's definitely best post as he flops 3 of a kind 8s. Carson continues with a C bet though. That checks over to him. Drawing dead to a chop. Watch Paul put in the check raise. Carson, non-believer right now, puts in the call. He's trying to pick off a bluff. Instead, Paul's on the other end of the spectrum.
Bomb pot or something. Sure. Yeah, whatever you want. I'm in to do whatever.
What's that?
So I'm up stuck anyway at this point. Yeah, you got You're up 6. I just have one hand.
I went from 15K to like 4K.
Oh, you're up more than
I'm up more now, but
You're up like 8.
I was real yeah, I'm up like 8.
So Carson didn't want to let it go there. Non-believer for sure, but
Bullshit play. Like, it wasn't like
whatever reason he came to find that fold, good thing he did since Paul had him drawing dead.
I heard there was a seat open in there.
Oh yeah. 2 seats open. No, not 3.
What's up, man? How you doing? Y'all playing old. Why you be a man?
you want to get your next hit.
Oh, shit.
What's wrong? Right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hold on.
I think you're the only one to see that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're gonna bet any flop.
Oh, you're not playing? Oh, okay.
Got him.
There's zero chance he was playing.
152, full 4. Hold 6. And a call from our 7.
Fun flop here as Danny flops open-ended, Todd flops middle pair and gutter ball. Well, the action card comes down. Trey giving Todd 2 pair, Danny holding the straight with the flush redraw. Might have been tempted to slow play, but Danny's going to try to bump it up, charge the max, and works as Todd puts in the call. River doesn't change too much. 6 was already a straightening card. We're going to see Danny bet for a little bit of value here, and he's going to get looked up by Todd. Straight works out for Danny there. Scooping a decent sized pot. Undoing some of the progress that Todd made. Just winning lots of little ones to start to dig out. Got a chunk of the way, but not all the way, it seems like, as things are winding down.
Yeah, I think actually what's going to end up happening, I think I heard the players talking about it, they're going to do one last double board PLO bomb pot in a few hands, and then after that they will be actually calling it a night. So we'll actually end in about 7 or 8 minutes or so. We're at hand 237 now. By the way, how about this for a storyline? 7 Ohio State players chosen in the first 2 rounds, most by any school.
Ooh.
Yeah. SEC and Big Ten combined for 66 of 100 of the 102 picks in the first 3 rounds. Yeah, those are the 2 premier conferences in football. Psh. Hey, aren't you a Big Ten guy?
Nah,
You're not a college
I
guy?
don't have a college team really. No,
I thought you'd be a Penn State guy.
I went to it once to visit. Kinda, but not really. Just, you know, I'm like agnostic. I believe in college football, not one specific, you know, team or anything.
Sure. All right, so I think we are at the final 3 hands now of the live stream. So we're at final 3, and then we'll bid you all adieu. And again, just a reminder, we'll be back at it tomorrow with a 5-10 no limit hold'em game. That live stream will get going tomorrow around 4 o'clock.
I had a dream. Yeah, I had a dream that happened.
Carson's dream about his box.
That was one of them.
Ace 9-6 flop here. I believe it will be myself and Kirk the Cooler on commentary tomorrow for the 5-10 game. And then, of course, Sunday again, final table action for event 1. See who makes that final table, who will be the final 9 players. And again, we've already seen quite a few entries in the first 4 flights so far.
Always fun seeing the collection of who makes the final. Not fun.
Yeah,
anybody not flopping a set here as Miguel flopped top set.
Wow.
Carson's open-ended.
Yeah, at this moment, with 2 more flights left to go, 565 total entries.
Todd puts in the peel with 2 overs. Depending on the run out, it's going to juice up. Carson turns top pair to go with his open-ender. This could get him into trouble. Does fire out just under half pot. Just a question of raise or call from Miguel. And looks like he's going to slow play his set, just putting in the call. 10 of spades on the river, on a card. Carson's going to love. Actually see him slow down and check it over to Miguel. Well, there's a chance he throw out a blocker bet of some kind. After checking over, Miguel fires out.
I like the run to the final table.
Carson's stuck putting in the call here. Miguel could easily have a missed flush draw. That's gonna give Miguel good chunk. 40 was up stuck.
No, just 1 bomb pot and then we're done. On the bomb pot, we're out.
Red Kings.
Okay, so yeah, there you hear it. Bomb pot, and then ending the night.
What's that?
Last hand, guys, bomb pot.
Wait, who? Oh, Dave left. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. I thought we had 6, but no, Dave left. So yeah, that's why we're 5-handed now.
Yeah, so, you know, he didn't really like choose to leave per se.
Oh, I see.
Much as have his chips removed.
I see.
Acquired by another player.
I see.
Way to rub it in, country.
I mean, listen, I wasn't in here when I saw it. I wasn't in here when I saw it.
So people call that Dave busted out.
Dave busted out.
Dave had a bad ending.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it nicely, so I'm like, I'm just out of ideas.
Queen 6 tray up top, Jack tray deuce on the bottom.
Really 5-handed.
I mean, listen,
Dave was able to leave without going to the cage.
but not in a good way.
Middle set for Todd up top.
Sorry, Dave.
Biggest hand of Newt. Miguel flush draw on both boards. Go with top pair on the bottom.
Meanwhile, Paul also has flush draw on both boards too.
Yeah, it's also open-ended up top and open-ended down low, so
Yeah,
he's got a lot working. 3 ways to the turns.
And
There's some shiftage.
yep. 8 up top, ace on the bottom.
Club flush comes in down low, so Miguel and Paul both with flushes.
Todd's set of 6 is still good up top, or is it
For now.
For now, but it's very vulnerable.
Yeah, he's going to be fading some stiff. And he's got a gut shot straight draw down low, which is now, not clean since there's 3 clubs on board. Todd did bet out. So
You got Miguel.
Paul gets off of his flush.
Wow.
After Miguel put in the call.
Yeah, Paul does.
Check Miguel.
Was the 3rd nut flush, and Miguel's been playing snug.
Oh wow, Miguel just.
And it goes club.
Yep.
Obviously.
It's a
Miguel
scoop
scoop.
for Miguel.
Putting a club on
That's like the cherry on top of the night for Todd and Miguel's stories. I mean, Todd's been
Show the clubs, Miguel.
getting cooler left and right, and Miguel's been running pure. And that hand kind of summarizes it as the last
Yeah.
hand of the night, kind of ironic.
Yep, and you hear the frustration from Todd's voice there as, yeah. Clubs on both boards. That's the way that ends there. But that's going to be it for tonight. We'll do a final stat check real quick before we leave. And, yeah, there's the VPIPs as far as how things have been. Yeah, Todd atop the VPIP board most of the night. Same with George was up there. And then, yeah, seeing Dave great out there. Yeah, not good that he busted out there. I did not know that. But there's the earnings. Yeah, Miguel ends up being a big winner. Danny up a bit too. Yeah, Miguel got himself back up to almost where he was. So not as much up stuck as he was. Danny finishes with a good night. Paul finishes with a decent night too. Same with George. And a tough night for Dave, seeing him bust out, and Todd as well. But that's going to be it for tonight. Again, thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching tonight's 1025 game. If you liked what you watched, like what you saw, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification for whenever we do go live. That way you never miss any of the action. And again, we'll be back at it tomorrow, 5:10, No Limit Hold'em for tomorrow night. For your dealers tonight, Kirk the Cooler and Chase, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys tomorrow for that 5:10 game. Until then, y'all take care, be easy. Thanks for watching.